All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome out. Welcome out. That's the great Aldo Nova, and there's a very, very specific reason why I started this. What's your question number 45 off with wearing the sunglasses again? Not to be cool, but because I want to remind you that you're in a movie, and life is just a fantasy. And I mean, my life, man, my life is changing. And I'm super grateful, and my movie's changing. And that song, Life is Just a Fantasy by the great Aldo Nova, which is considered to be a one-hit wonder. That song, can you live this fantasy life? And what would life look like for you if you realized it was just a fantasy? It was just a dream. And you're in a movie. What does your movie look like? What did you get for a screenplay? And life is always changing as we go through the motions. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome out to another episode of Decode Your Reality. This is What's Your Question number 45. Let me take these off. Number 45. And what a special number this is. It's kind of a starting over point, the number 45. Let me get some other music on here. Hold on, ladies. Even though that's pretty good. Okay. So there's very something special about the 45. It's like the starting over point, and it's tied to Pandora's box. That's what we're living in. You're living in Pandora's box. And you have to make the most of it. And you got to figure out what the hell you're doing here. Most people have no freaking clue what they're doing here because life gets in the way. And a lot of people are waking up and they're realizing, oh shit, there's something more to this reality than just, you know, what I have, how many houses I got, how many boats I got. They realize that, well, wait a minute, I have a spirit I get to use and then I get to create from that space. Yeah. And it becomes magical. And there's a blend that as I said, I think on my last one, you're all baking a cake. You're making a cake. What are the ingredients of your cake on a day-to-day basis? Who are the people you hang around with? Who do you surround yourself with? Are you balanced? Is your cake going to come out? Can you serve that cake to somebody, to all the close people you know? Is it going to taste good? Is there going to be ingredients missing from that cake? So I'm really, I'm so happy to be here with all of you great decoders everywhere, whoever's here today. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate each and every one of you. To my right is your comments coming in. I'm going to try to get to as many comments as I can. If I don't get to your questions, I'm sorry. Okay, we got Stephen in the house as the moderator. Thanks for being here, Stephen. I appreciate that. So I'm just going to be talking about a lot of stuff, man. My life is shifting. I'm extremely excited about where my life is going. And this song, Life is Just a Fantasy by Aldo Nova, you know, the reason why I decided to play that is it popped into my head just the other day while I was kind of observing my life personally and observing this reality as a whole. And of course, if you go decode Aldo Nova, his name and where he's from and his birthday, it's insane. I think he was born November 13th. And that day, for me personally, was crazy. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the card for today is the Ace of Clubs, right? This is the card for November 19th. We have an 11-19 day today, but it's the Ace of Clubs. And this card is card 14. And this right here represents the mind. Any club suit, if you're a club, you represent the mind of the cosmos. You're designed to think. So you may have an extra abundance of thoughts. You may have what they call monkey mind. But this is the seed that starts to plant the garden, to cultivate. And then the 45th card in the deck is the Six of Spades. You saw that on my graphic. And this card right here is tied to Pandora's box, which is what all of us come down here to play, the game called life. And then this card right here, because we want to get a picture, because we think in pictures, we have this card right here, the Tarot. You see? This card right here. This is the transition from spirit into matter. This card. It's pretty interesting, this card, right? Bob Marley has this as his birth card. It's tied to the sun. And is the sun the boss? Is the sun running this reality along with the moon? I think the celestials absolutely run everything. The zodiac signs, the stars, the star seeds, those are the micromanagers of our reality. And we just may be from these star seeds. You know, from the longest that I can remember as a kid, I was always fascinated by looking up at Sirius and Orion, especially Orion's belt. I would always typically look up and there it was. I found it right away. I didn't have to really kind of scour the horizon to find it. It was just there. And those are tied to the Great Pyramid of Giza, which is tied to Sirius and Horus and Set and all those, you know, mysteries of the ancient Egypt stuff. But that's what we're looking at today, 45. So what is going to be your question? What do you want to transition into? Because you're always transitioning, but we transition into something and then we stay there for a while. Like, a surfer gets on the wave and they ride the wave as long as they can. So if you're on a good wave right now, ride that sucker as long as you can. Like, because surfers don't jump halfway off a wave when they get on the wave. They ride it as long as it can go. So if you're on one of those good ones, or if you're about ready to get on a good one, it's sweeter than Yoo-hoo, man. And you want to ride that sucker as long as you can. And you made the transition to come here. If you believe that your spirit came down here to play the game of life, well, make the most of it. See, most people I see, they're bickering and complaining about life. And I get it, man. Some people didn't get a good code. I get that. That's the only logical explanation for all this. Some people just may not have gotten a good code. But if you got delivered a good code, and I mean like like if you're just like on top of the world, and utilize it, ride it, maximize it. But of course, you got to stay balanced. That's the name of the game in this reality, staying in the very middle as much as you can. This is where you get into health and wellness in our blood. Our blood, the pH of our blood tells it all. It's 7.3 to 7.4. That's right in the dead center of the pH scale. Just slightly alkaline, slightly love. Love always wins. That's why we chase love. The whole aspect of what it means to be a human being, it's testosterone and estrogen chasing one another, doing the dance, doing the tango, and it's just so beautiful once you can see that and let go and surrender, stuff like that. So, all right. So let me get into some of your comments. Right off the bat, I see Bubble Magic saying born under a bad sign. I don't know if you're saying that you're born under a bad sign. There is no such thing as a bad sign. If you're talking astrological, every sign has a dualistic nature to it. Every one. And even if you've gotten a code where I bring Tom Brady up a lot because, I am from New England, just outside of Boston. And, I was a sports fan growing up. So of course I was, back then when I was asleep, when I was big into sports, didn't know how the machinations of this world works, I was a huge fan. And so Tom Brady is always somebody that comes to my mind. Why did he get to win 7 Super Bowls? How come I didn't get that? Why didn't you get that? Well, maybe, just maybe, he earned it in a previous lifetime and he leveled up. He had checked a lot of things off the box in this lifetime and he earned his stripes. Now, if that's the way it works, and again, I'm just theorizing here, I can't prove that. But imagine for 1 second that is really how this reality works. What are you doing to level up in this reality? Are you going to be service to your ego completely? And it's tough because what do you desire? This is where you're going to get the word demon from. You desire things. And then you get into the whole theological fallen angel story and you can have fun with that kind of stuff because, hey man, you're here until you die. So you might as well have fun with it. Matt Mason, could it be possible Brady is female to male? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what people on the world stage, some of them are just so fanatic about, well, that's really a dude, and you can't even prove it. Oh, the Adam's apple, but the thing is who gives a shit? Why do you care so much? Why do you care? You see, most people are not interested in the possibility of creating things on life. As Neville Goddard said, he said, most people just want the things created instead of using their imagination and creating. That's what you came here to do, create. What's up, Jeremiah? Yeah, it's challenging. Let's just say it's challenging to level up and get outside of the ego. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this reality is designed around not only wanting to be right all the time, that's the human being experience, but looking good. It's about looking good. No one wants to look bad. That's why we don't want to admit when we're wrong. That's why you'll floss before you go to the dentist, because you ain't sitting in the chair, open up your mouth. He's like, damn, What the hell you been doing? So you didn't brush your teeth like that and floss like that after you ate yesterday, but because you got to go to the dentist and sit in the chair, you're going to be flossing for 5 minutes, making sure your teeth are squeaky clean. That's a sign of everybody wants to look good in life. No one wants to look bad, and I get it. Trust me. I have been battling my ego for a long time. You know, in February, I hit 50. I'm really looking forward to it. It's like a new, fresh start for me. But I've been battling my ego for a long time. I serviced it for a long time. And there's nothing wrong with it because it's what drives your spirit. You can't have one without the other. But you got to be balanced in the middle. That's the key, is the neutrality aspect. Using your ego to drive your desires, what you're going to create. Because without your ego, folks, you're not going to create a damn thing. The project you have on your mind that you want to create, that's your ego. I hate to break it to you. They ain't your spirit. Spirit wants to know about the cosmos and flying away and out-of-body stuff and interdimensional and quantum, and that's the spirit. So if you're here, if you like that kind of stuff like I do, well, it's part of your code. But you can see on the world stage, man, some people they just incarnated just to be money-making machines. They just incarnated to be a CEO of a business. They don't care about their spirituality. That's totally fine. We can't sit there and blame these people and say they're wrong for what they're doing. That's what their job is. All right. So I'm going to probably go on some tangents tonight, probably go on some ramblings. I'm going to go on, my rants that I do. Tony's asking, who would pick a homeless actor for a role? Well, that's a great question. So that would postulate maybe another possibility that we don't get to choose. I mean, I wouldn't pick it. I mean, I have a friend who does Akashic Records readings. Her name's Tia, and she's a beautiful person, lives in LA. Maybe you've gotten an Akashic Records reader from her, but she, I did an interview with her, and she was like, well, we pick our lives. And I said, okay. And I didn't say this when we were doing our podcast, but, well, does the person who's a serial killer, do they get to pick that? Does the person what's his name said? Does the person who wants to be homeless and live in the streets, do they get to pick that? It's just really kind of far-fetched. So again, ladies and gentlemen, the thing to focus on is what you got for your code. What the hell did you come here for? Stop worrying about what everybody else is doing and worry more about what you're doing. That's the name of the game. You're here to create. Now, you're either going to create for evil or you're going to create for good, a little bit of both. Some people just strictly came in to work for Darth Vader. Are you going to get mad at him for that? I mean, look at the ladybug. Look at the praying mantis. Complete cannibals. Complete predators. Do you get mad? No, everybody's like, oh, look at the cute little ladybug. There it is, munching on all the aphids on your rose bush. But nobody pays attention to that. Our reality is based on predator-prey. And everybody's got a job to do. And if you're resonating with like, okay, well, I want to level up. If there is such a thing. Well, what are you doing to check off the boxes to do that? If there is, see, I'm checking off the boxes. Not out of fear, but because I want to do that. When I walk outside, I'm making sure I don't walk on bugs because I love all creation. I feel like I'm God, right? Like I'm not saying that, but I'm at that space in my consciousness, and I would encourage all of you to do that. Where are you? Like, are you killing the insects? We're killing machines, by the way. When you walk outside, when you're driving your car, you're constantly killing stuff. You don't mean to, but that's how this reality works. It's a pretty sick world when you look at it, but it's so beautiful. And there's so much potential. And that's the fun part about the game of life. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's get some of your questions. Why don't you believe in Mandela effect when it changes your card readings? Mark's asking that. Are you asking me why I don't believe in the Mandela effect? Because I have never said that. So maybe you can clarify that. Healer at Heart says about the Gregorian calendar, but some think the Julian calendar should be the real calendar. Folks, I mean, what's happening right now is all that matters. 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, that's history. It's in the past. It has no merit now. It has no relevance. Yeah, we can decode it. We can see the timelines. You know, Jason, big shout out to Jason Bashirs at over our Archaics. Thanks everybody for supporting our podcast Simulation 3. It was an awesome success, and I mean, because of all your support, I got more comments on that thing. Whoo! So thanks everybody for that. We're gonna I haven't even asked him, but I'm gonna ask him to do a number 4 because everybody wants the content, and it was a lot of fun. That was really a home run, but I have a feeling 4 is gonna be even better. But this is why the calendars, getting back to the calendars, like, oh, New Year's is actually in September. Well, it's both. New Year's is on January 1st because people celebrate it on January. Why are we sitting here trying to divide and argue about it? Just go do you. That's it. But all that matters is now, and I can assure you, if you look at the 364 and the solar lunar based off the Coptic calendar and the 365 based off the Gregorian, they're just numbers in sequence, 364, 365. And you got to bring mathematics and look at the source code. That's what I'm into. I'm not just into like opinions and dancing around and saying, oh, that's pretty good conversation for coffee and tea. I'm going into mathematics. I'm going into trigonometry. I'm going into algebra. I'm going into sacred geometry. I'm doing every angle I can to figure out how this reality works. And I can tell you all right now, this is my final answer. We live in a predestined script, period. You don't have to agree with me. That's my truth. But I supported it. My life completely is scripted. From the tattoos I got on my arm to where I'm living right now. The latitude, longitude of where you live right now, the address on the house you're living at. All this stuff is part of your script. You were supposed to be there. You're supposed to be here and there, the mascot of your high school. It goes on and on and on and on. As I continually show people, you live in a predestined script. So what does your script look like? And how much attention are you paying to it versus how much your attention to paying attention to other scripts that will not let you be the star in their script? So the name of the game is to be the star in your own movie. And you got to be balanced in that movie, meaning you can't be so heavily ego because you'll eventually run out of happiness because you ain't going to get happy. Thank you, Werner Erhard. He said the pursuit of happiness is the absolute guarantee against getting happy. You'll have bouts of happiness, but you got to live a balanced life. That's where the blood is right in the dead center. 7.3, 7.4. Slightly love. You want to be slightly loved. You got to be service to self a little bit. That's your ego and your drive and et cetera, et cetera. It's just so simple, folks, when you simplify your life. If it's a simulation, then it's already written. Yes. Simulation is just a fancy word for holographic universe, for, many other things. I know simulation in numerology is 35. I was born on the 35th day of the year. Jason and I were sharing the same kind of context before we even knew about one another, and then we joined forces. Why? Because we were supposed to. That's why. Simple as that. In other words, could this mean every thought of ours is scripted? Well, that can't be proven. I'm not against free will. I've mentioned this many times that I think we have some free will, but I don't think it's as extravagant as we would like it to be. I say the voice in your head that owns you. Start listening to it. Get in tune with it. It's tough because you got average 40,000 thoughts a day. Some of you have more than that. You have what's called monkey mind. I suffer from it too. I say suffer in a fun way, using that as an adjective. These funny adjectives that we use and adverbs and stuff like that. It's the subject that matters. It's you. You're the subject. You're it. Your life. You're the universe. When you die, the universe is gone. I know that's a contradiction because life will go on, but you won't go on, and that's all that matters, right? That's why you try to be right all the time. That's why you always want to look good, because you're the universe. You're experiencing your own game. Essentially, if you follow the Vedas, you follow the Upanishads, some of the oldest, matter of fact, the Hinduism text supposedly is the oldest known text in the world, and they say it's all about the devas and the asurus, which is the angels and demons ruling over this reality, controlling us remotely. They go into the Greek mythology and it's all about ambrosia and food for the gods. This story continues to be told over and over, and people are waking up to the fact that, hey, I got a script that I'm following here. Well, yeah, and some people, all of our scripts are different. I mean, if everybody had the same script, man, life would suck. It would be boring. There would be no challenges. What's up, Billy? There's a great guy in the house, future philanthropist. See, I'm so blessed and honored to be able to, those of you that have gotten readings from me, like I'm so grateful that I got to do a reading for you as your tour guide. I get to actually peep into your cosmic code. I get to look into your glove box and check out your owner's manual. It's amazing. And the people that are coming to me that are get readings, man, the code that you got, whew, like superstar code. But many people don't want to own superstar code because they look at their present circumstances and be like, I'll never get that. Dude, you know how fast life changes? Quick. Zach's asking, do we all have different gods? Possible. I mean, there is the angels and demons, the Asurus and the Devas in the Hinduism text, and there are many other, ancient texts that talk about the same kind of stuff. Maybe there are, different angels and demons that are running this reality, and it's a sliding scale, and they pass off the remote to one another. When you use your free will and you start to go more towards the ego, the angel passes the remote control off to the demon, and the demon now has control of you. And if you keep continually go down and you keep going down service to self, you're going to feed that side of this reality, the yin yang. It's constantly at work. It's easy to see it once you have the eyes to see it. So do you have an angel attached to you or a demon attached to you at all times? Maybe. Some of these ancient texts say so. And again, it's really comes down to what you believe. It's not. Listen, don't listen to what I'm trying to tell you. I'm just the tour guide here. I know what my incarnation is. I know what I'm all about. Part of my incarnation is being a tour guide. I have incarnated to study the machinations of how this reality works. I own that space, and then I take my research, and I'm not always right. I mean, I've admitted when I've been wrong. I've shown I have had mistakes in my decodes. Yeah, okay, great. So that would indicate we have free will, right? Because when you make a mistake, like, okay, well, that was off by a couple numbers. So that would indicate some free will right there. But ladies and gentlemen, I own my space of where I'm at. That's confidence. And wherever that's going to take me, it's going to take me. And I'm excited about it. I am a gratitude junkie. I encourage all my subscribers, all of you great decoders out there, all you great syncretists, your chronologists, you historians, maybe you're just somebody who likes to study the occult and the esoteric sciences behind the scenes. Because you're a Scorpio, or, you have some Scorpio energy, or whatever drives you. Your Neptune's heavy somewhere, But nonetheless, if you're here and you're studying the mysteries of life, we're moving into the age of Aquarius, or we've already moved into the age of Aquarius, and this age is no more secrets. None. There's no more. There's no reason for mystery schools anymore. Because you have everything at the stroke of a keyboard. It's pretty badass, man. I mean, where we're headed and stuff we don't even know if we're moving into a dystopian world or a golden age world. No one can be so sure. We could be moving into the cyberpunk. I'm a huge fan of neon. I've said this. That's why if you look at my background, this is like, I love neon. I've always loved it ever since I was a kid. Why? Part of my code. So this cyberpunk, this whole area of life is, started in the 60s, Philip K. Dick, et cetera, these writers writing these stories. Are these the writers being remotely controlled to write the screenplays, and then they make movies out of it and they put it on the screen and people watch it and they give their energy to it? And when you give your energy something, guess what happens to that idea or subject? It becomes real. It becomes manifest. Take the Bible, for example, the greatest spell book ever written. Why the greatest? Because it's the biggest. It's the most read, most, talked about, most preyed upon. Why are those things coming true? One of the scripts that are playing out, because the magic that's gone into that. When you read a text in the Bible, you cast a spell. And the more people that continue to cast the spells, it collects energy. That's why if you get into affirmations and your word is law and, stuff like that. But you can't just take one book and say that's it. You're boxing yourself in. So many other, my research has led me from the Bible is actually from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It's just a different story told a different way. You may not like to hear that, and you may completely disagree, but I would encourage you to go do your research before stating your opinion here. Because if you haven't read the Egyptian Book of the Dead and everything that's with it, there's so much commonality between that and the Holy Bible. So. I'm a Libra with a bad moon rising. That's funny. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, your rising sign is so important. So important. Think about the rising sign, the sun, the whole aspect of the ascendant, what is that? Well, I'm not going to get into round or flat or concave. Not interested in that stuff. Don't care. I honestly don't care. Hasn't changed my life one bit. But when you look at astrology and you can take into consideration, there's the line that goes east to west, the earth plane that you stand on. And then when the sun goes around the ecliptic, not exactly in a round circle, but when it goes around the ecliptic and it starts to come up to that line of the earth plane, you now have the sun rise, and then you get the rising of the sun, or the sun coming towards you on the flat earth model, whatever you want to believe. But that is the energy that first fuses into your body. It's virgin sunlight. The first rays of the sun, when the sun goes up, that's virgin rays. The son of the morning, that's Lucifer, by the way, because Lucifer is the son of the morning, and the word morning is another word for dawn. And then you get into alchemy, and that's radon, which is going to be a decay of radium. But anyway, the rising of the sun is going to tell a lot about your facial features. It's going to tell a lot about your body structure. So you should study that stuff. It's a dead giveaway. Especially using the tropical, more so than the Vedic, the sidereal, but they both will have their say. And then you can get into, as I mentioned, I've said it before, in my last podcast, I think I said it, but you can look at your rising sign, and then in the sidereal, you're going to have the nakshatras, the micromanagers of the zodiac, and those areas are going to be able to dial into the tarot. And you can tell exactly what kind of tarot card you have as your rising sign. And it'll tell a lot about your personality and what the hell you came here to do. Like your code. And listen, folks, you got to own this space. Well, I'm going to encourage you to own it. You don't have to. But why would you not want to, man? You're a snowflake. You're beautiful. You're amazing. Human being. Own that shit, man. Instead of walking away and trying to be out someone else's code. And it's ridiculous. So as I said, with my rising sign right here, this is my rising sign. This is my rising sign right here. The 16th nakshatra is the Tower card, and this is tied to Sirius. Okay? So, what does that mean for Logan? Well, folks, you know how I roll. I'm no holds barred. I'm raw. I stand my ground. I'm like this a lot. My voice, the way I communicate, the way I talk. I turn people off the way my videos, sometimes people don't like that. They think this, I don't care. Your opinions don't affect me. Especially at this stage of the game, I'm becoming less and less interested in people's opinion. It used to, I've had to work on that because my ego is it gets angry. It wants to defend. But when you get in the middle, when you get more balanced, you're like, who cares what anybody thinks? I own my shit. I own my space. And I'm encouraging you to do the same thing. And you know what's going to happen when you do that? You'll become more in tune with your true self, and you will send a vibration, a ripple that will be your true ripple. And people will start to feel it, and you'll start to attract more people on the same patterns. of like yourself. And then your true tribe comes into play, your true family, your true partner, your true friends, all that stuff. But you should know your rising sign, folks, what your tarot is. I mean, I'd showed the first thermonuclear detonation that went off in the United States, 1952, I think it was called Ivy Mike. And what was the rising sign? This. Kaboom. This is like the Big Bang. It's just really funny, right? The Big Bang. And how this whole reality started. But anyway, it's just, you got to have fun with this. You got to have fun with it. Or face the consequences of becoming mad, angry, pushing up against resistance. Listen, man, there ain't no such thing as mistakes. I can stand in that. I can tell you, you ain't making mistakes. Everything just happens. You're just along for the ride. Own that. Surrender to that. Because it'll relieve so much pressure off of you, because we just get so guilty and we get angry at ourselves and we're like, oh, I made a mistake. And no, you didn't. You didn't. It taught you something. So it's valuable. We don't look at mistakes as value. We look at them as detrimental. We got to flip that. Just be in the middle of it. Forget about trying to turn it into lemonade. It's in the middle. That's it. Neutralize it, absorb it, transmute it. Joseph's asking, tell us about Gemini, good or bad? Well, I mean, every sign has a good and bad side to it, right? I mean, I know Gemini really well. I have, in the Western, I have that in my, I have a lot of planets in the third house. So I have a lot of energy, which is why I communicate. Again, part of my code, right? I own that. Gemini, blah, 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 the talkaholic, the communicator, right? Dominant conversation. Some people may get offended by that. Gemini being 3. So you got to take the number 3, attach that to Gemini. What does 3 mean? The Trinity, tetrahedron, and the polygonal shapes. The most, right here. This shape right here, so sound. One of the most sound shape there is. Stable. It's got the 4 base and then the point at the top. But this is what Gemini's tied to. Gemini equals 19 in numerology. Master equals 19 in numerology. I showed in many decodes that perhaps the incarnation process to get into this game called life is through the moon and then Gemini. And Gemini, the actual sign of Gemini, is the symbol is a pair of prison bars. It's like you put the 2 hands on it. And 3, Gemini is lithium. So those of you that are Geminis, Gemini Sun, Gemini Rising, get some planets in Gemini. It's your twin. It's ruled by Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication tied to the pineal gland, the voice in your head, along with the moon. But Mercury, Hermes, Kundalini. 3 is tied to the element lithium on the periodic table. Lithium is what they use for brain disorders. They give people lithium. So think about that. They use lithium to treat mental disorders, which I think all of us have in some way. I mean, people say, oh, they're bipolar. Well, so are you. We're all bipolar. Going back and forth from the ego to the spirit. One day you're angry, one day you're happy. One day you're sad, one day you're not. That's bipolar. It's just okay. But anyway, Gemini tied to lithium, tied to the number 6.9. That's the weight of lithium, the yin yang. So 3 is also the letter W. If you kind of flip it on its side, it's the letter E if you mirror it. So there's so many ways you can look at the Gemini. And you have, the dualistic, that's why it has the 2 faces, the Gemini. And that may just indicate that this is where we're at. 3.14 is pi. My last name's pi. That's why I use it. 3.14 and 1.61, the golden ratio. Those two run this reality from the source code perspective of mathematics, along with other things, but that's the main brunt of it. Like when you type, those of you that are coders and you're typing away on the computer, your HTML to write software and programs, and your symbols and letters, that's the code that writes the software. Like right now we're on YouTube, there's software that was written for me to transmit my face and my voice through your channel of your phone and wherever you're watching me at. There's code to do that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what the hell you think our reality is based on? There's code behind our reality. Yeah, we're all bipolar, folks. That's the joke. But you know what we want to do? We want to look good all the time. And look, man, I'm looking in the mirror when I say that. Okay? I've been very raw and authentic with my life. I've been very vulnerable, shared my personal life with the entire Decode Your Reality channel, like on many decodes. Showed my family. I'm not trying to hide shit. Don't care. When you're authentic and when you show up raw and visceral, like this is it, man. This is how I'm showing up. Now, it doesn't give you an excuse to be a ding dong, doesn't give you an excuse to be an asshole to somebody, but own your space. Study your code, own your space, and realize that we're all of everything. It's just life's so much fun when you can be raw and real and authentic. You don't have to hide behind anything. It's so relieving. You know, I'm into this show right now called Billions. A friend recommended it to me. I've mentioned it and I'm slowly getting bored of it, but it's such a great show because it shows you like you live through these characters. And it's about, you know, philanthropy and being wealthy, and it's, you know, so it gives you the feeling of being that way, but not being that way. And then everything that's the cat and mouse game and the law going against the people that try. So anyway, but the point I was trying to make here with that show is, oh shucks, I lost my train of thought now. What was I trying to? So one of the main characters in the show, he's into sadomasochism, which is basically getting tortured for pleasure. Well, he's running for, this is not a giveaway, by the way, if you want to watch the show, he's running for office. And his nemesis is going to release this information if he tries to run, to use it against him, to stop him from running. So he flips it. What does he do? He goes up on the stand in front of all the press and he tells them the truth. Can you imagine that? Telling people that you're into that? He ends up winning. But can you imagine the guilt and just like the innocence you feel as a person when you can say, hey, this is what I like. But you know what, people, we have skeletons, right? We have private things in our lives we don't want to share. Why? Because life's about looking good. You're afraid someone's going to think you don't look good anymore. You can't have that. That's going to crush your ego. See, your spirit doesn't give a shit about that. Spirit's like, whatever. It's like laughing. But the ego, the dragon down at the bottom of the kundalini in the lower part of your chakras that runs your procreation and all the, you know, where all the fun's at, that has to look good all the time. You just got to know how to manage it, folks. It's a tricky business. Looking at your comments. Browns Boy 23. Are people here believing there is no free will? I thought I heard that being said. Just want to make sure that that's not what I heard. Well, what if you did hear it? Now what? You're going to fight against that? See, life is about making the truth your own. That's it. When you start to try to say, no, you're wrong, you end up causing resistance in your life, which is not going to give you a pleasurable experience. That's you trying to be right and prove other people wrong to get the satisfaction of saying, I told you so, to feed your ego. And what you do in the process when you are trying to be right, you are sacrificing your love in life. Thank you, Werner Erhard. Anywhere you're trying to be right, you're sacrificing love. Can't be any other way. So anyway, Browns boy, I'm not saying, I didn't say you were wrong. Anyway, we'll just leave it at that. But again, ladies and gentlemen, do we have free will or do we not have free will? You see, it's going to come down to an opinion, right? And there's no way to prove it. That's a 1 plus 1 equals 2 fact. You will not be able to prove you have free will. You won't. And you, as the contradiction, you will not be able to prove you don't. So instead of worrying about it, who cares if you do or you don't? Is it going to change your life knowing you don't? Will it change your life knowing that you do? The answer is no on both accords. Jessica's saying, how do we know our thoughts are our own? We don't. We don't. I mean, I've said this and I'll say it again. I can take a deck of cards right here. 52 cards, 53 with the Joker. I can take a deck of cards and I can sit in complete silence and I can talk to the voice in my head and I can ask it questions. And then I can pull cards out of the deck randomly and I'll get my answer because I know by heart the card numbers, I know what they mean. You got to know that, right? I've done it over and over and over and over. I've gotten symbols and signs and things show up and my receipt numbers come out a certain way and da-da-da-da. It's bottomless, endless. That's my support to know that whatever's talking to my little voice in my head, it owns me. And I'm totally fine with it. I'm totally okay with it. Because I know I'm just along for the ride and trying to push against it. That's what, to me, surrendering, knowing like you're in complete bliss, man. Just let go. You may not have a complete ride of satisfaction all the time, but surrender to it. And the trick is, I say, be grateful. Gratitude is the most important thing there is. More than love, more than gratitude. Grateful for everything in your life, everything around you. Do you pay attention to everything around you? Everything in your life, it needs one thing, and that is acknowledgement. These cards, they may not have lungs and a heart and an ass or feet, but they're archetypes. They've been around a lot longer than I have and you have, so they have certain energies to them. They don't care what you think. Everything's alive. So it's like start paying attention, give gratitude to your life. And like I'm saying from personal experience, and I have tons of people that have given me testimonials and a lot of feedback saying the same things. When you can become a gratitude junkie, when you start to give gratitude to everything around you in your life, life starts to get better. Because it stops you from complaining about your life. Like I've said, I keep saying it so much, but like when you brush your teeth tonight, are you talking to your teeth? Do you know how much food your teeth have chewed all these years? to satisfy your stomach that keeps calling your name when it's hungry? Your stomach's alive too. Every time it knocks on your door saying, hey, feed me, well, that's your stomach becoming alive. And a lot of you, your stomach owns you. You can't shut it up because once it says feed me, you feed it. But everything around you is alive, even if it's like a simple remote control. With this thing right here gives me satisfaction. Why? Because when I press the button on here to turn the air conditioner on, I get cool air, which makes me feel comfortable. So this thing is very important in my life because there's no way to turn the damn air conditioner on without the remote control. And the batteries in here. I mean, you can get crazy with this, with the gratitude. But if you really start to think about your life and say, man, you know, I don't really give any attention to the things in my life. I take a lot of things for granted because life gets in the way. You're too busy out there. And I get it, man. You want to create, you want to do, but man, it's like you can bless everything. The water you drink, you know, the food you put in your stomach. You don't have to do like these chants and prayers, but just gratitude, blessing your food. Thank you very much for satisfying my life. You know, I wear contacts. I have glasses as well, but I normally wear contacts. I've been wearing them almost my whole life. And, you know, I got in the habit of when I take my contacts out every night, I've named my eyes, by the way. That's another thing I recommend all my listeners to do. Name your body. So if you got some kind of injury in your body, name it. Talk to it like it's a little kid. Like what would you be doing to the little kid? You'd be helping the little kid out. You'd be nursing it, taking care of it. So if you name it, it becomes more personal. So I've named my eyes and I give thanks to my eyes every time I take my contacts out, every time I put them in. Talking to these things. I think these concepts are game changers. That's my opinion, but Edward's saying, I don't think tarot cards have any power to it. I think it's a communication tool with the divine. I think it's both, but whatever it is that you believe, because these cards, they have definitions to them, and that's power, because definition is what describes the subject. And to me, that's power. Power's energy. But anyway, I'm not here to debate on that, Edward. I think, you know, it is a communication tool for sure. I have a device called Galaxy Tarot on my phone. Just today, I haven't pulled it out in a while. Just today, ask it a very specific question of something that's going on in my life. It was uncanny, the results I got. Not saying any words, just pulled 2 cards. And I got my answer through a digital device. What would you chalk that up as? Coincidence? You know, when you got to know what the cards mean, though. And then they're numbered, so you got to know what the numbers mean, and then what the numbers can connect to through alchemy and pi and phi, and you know, there's as many layers as you can know. That obviously increases your possibilities, but when you can find connections, you can condense them down. You can start to see things, and it's just so magical. This reality. When you know what it's all about. It's beautiful. We have our first deleted message. I wonder why I didn't see that. Someone's asked, so I said, I have named my eyes. Well, I'm not going to tell anybody what I've named my eyes and my body. Those are personal to me. And I would encourage all of you to not tell anybody what you name your body and your body parts. Because then somebody can go along and start talking to that and, you know, send it, juju energy. I don't want that. I don't want that garbage. I mean, you get good and transmute it, but to me, it's not worth it. It's not worth it when you're still trying to figure out how this reality works. So this is personal. Stephen, can you get rid of this Browns boy 23? He's toxic. So you get toxic. I don't toxicity like Brown Boys 23. You're toxic, dude. Have fun somewhere else. I mean, it's cool if you want to be that way, but not on this channel. I mean, it's totally fine to put your opinion in the comments. Everybody is. But when you're just being a ding-dong, when you're just being ridiculous, I mean, come on, what are you here for? Jessica's asking, what is this exciting news you have to share? I have a lot of exciting things happening, and some that are a little too premature to share, you know, but a lot of just big things that are happening that get me excited for getting up out of bed. I mean, I have always encouraged people, you know, when you get up out of your bed in the morning, try to get in the habit to say, today is going to be an amazing day. I can't wait to start my day. I'm going to go crush today. Set that as your tone. What am I going to go create today? And then when you're making your bed, give thanks to your blankets, give thanks to your mattress, give thanks to your pillow, because you just slept 6 to 8 hours and you got a good night's rest if you got one. Audio channel, thoughts on Deja Vu? And then it's showing in the future. Yeah, Deja Vu is just the script playing out. Patterns playing out over and over on the same kind of frequency. You know, like all things are connected. The connections that I find in my personal life are ridiculous. I'll share a story really quickly, and I'm going to make it really brief, but it's this, you know, this tattoo I got, which is my, you know, part of my logo. I got this because I was born on a Sunday, and I feel this represents the sun. The sun's all happy. It reminds me that life's a joke. Just smile and be happy. Because I take life serious. That's one of my challenges in life, being super serious, getting that line in the middle of your forehead. But anyway, when I went to go get this tattoo, I was living in central Mexico called San Miguel de Allende. It's about 3 hours north of Mexico City. And I went to the first tattoo parlor I picked out of the computer for a search. And when I went there, I had to make an appointment. The actual appointment day was, I think it was May 23rd or 25th. It was the 6 of Diamonds card, which is the 19th card in the deck, which is tied to the sun in the tarot. I'm getting a sun on my hand. Then I go and get the tattoo from the guy, and they randomly gave me a tattoo artist. And what was his name? Leonardo, Leo. And Leo rules the 5th house, which is ruled by the sun. That's my life. That's just one example of so many. And the more you get dialed into the code, the more you start to see. And it becomes beautiful if you appreciate this kind of stuff. Yeah, I know MRT. I've said that many times, but I have a lot of new people coming in here, so I tell that story. I know I've told that story probably 10 times, but sorry if you don't. if it's old news for you. Looking something up here. Somebody's asking me something and I have no idea what it means. So someone who's asking me, Hoodie's house. What do I feel about solipsism? Is that how you pronounce that? Solipsism? The view or theory that the self is all that can be known to exist. Well, again, theory, right? That the self, again, I have postulated, like, when you die, that's it. That's how important you are to this reality. But people don't take their life so seriously. They bitch and complain about what they don't have. They're not appreciative of what they do have. They're not living in a state of gratitude. So really that's all it comes down to is, what are you doing with your experience? Some of you are afraid to make certain steps in your life. It keeps knocking at your door. Eventually you're going to get there. It's going to force you to do it, I say. But when you become more in tune and more in harmony with your reality, life just becomes easier. And when you own the space of who you are, own it. Even if it means you got to expose, like I said, from that show, the guy comes out and says, I'm into sadomasochism. I'm not saying you have to go out and do that, but do you know how much pressure got relieved? I know it was a fake character on the screen, but I mean, you put yourself in these characters' shoes. That's why you get emotionally involved with shows on the screen, because you can't tell if it's real or not real. And here we are playing out a game called life. However that looks to you. So Hoodie's house, the self is all there is. Well, in a sense, yeah. But it's you. It's you. You're the universe. I did a decode on illumination. It's one of my favorite ones I've personally done. It's got a big blue triangle on it. Illumination decoded. And I revealed some things in there that no one's ever seen. I think no one's ever seen before. I'm saying that because it's important to watch. And in there, I showed that the astrological wheel is your eyeball. The 12 apostles, it's your eye. The iris, which is 77. I did a decode on Hotel Capricorn, Hotel California with the Eagles, and I showed the band members, the 5 band members that were singing the song Hotel California. Their names, their birthdays added up to 77. 77 is the element iridium on the periodic table, which comes from the goddess word iris, which is your eye. What do you think Hotel California is? This is the hotel. You ain't getting out until you die. So stop bitching about life. Go make lemonade. That's all you got to do. It's pretty much that simple. But anyway, the iris, that's astrology. And then the iris and the pupil through numerology, that equals 33. If you know what the 33 means, I'll be like, it's Masonic. I hope you've gotten past that point. Has nothing to do with that. Any society at all has to do with the 33 and knowing what that means and what it correlates to. It just means the human being experience. 32, 33, 32 is where water freezes, it transmutes into a solid, and then 33 degrees is where the water transmutes into a liquid. And what is the body made up of? Primarily liquid. There's solid in there too. How do you transmute and ascend out of this? It goes higher than the 33. And then you get into some science, get into sublimation. And you get into the gas state. And you start to look at all this stuff and it's like, wow, this is how our reality works. I don't think 33 is the number to ascend. I don't even think 34. I think it goes higher than that to ascend. If there is even such a possibility of ascending. If there even is such a possibility. If you are the universe and everyone around you is disposable, it gets dangerous. It can be. The universe, this reality is dangerous. It's dangerous to be a human being. You can go outside any moment at any time of the day. If you're walking across the street, you can get hit by a car. You can step on a pothole and break your ankle. It's dangerous, but it's fun. It's exciting. It's what gets you out of bed in the morning. I mean, some of you like, screw this. I don't want to go to work. And if you're not happy at your job, well, then what the hell are you doing? Well, I got to pay my rent. Yeah, that's fine. But what do you really want to do in life? That's what I'd be thinking about. That's what we're moving into. The age of Aquarius is, what do you really want to do with your life? Stop making excuses. Stop complaining and bitching about other people and what they're doing and how come they're not doing it your way. And Just focus on you as a person. Figure it out. Go be with who you want to be with. Stop dancing around. Stop having one foot in, one foot out. Go be your experience. This is the time to do it. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, folks. You know that and I know that. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. So if you're not happy in life, in that context, then what is it going to take to get you there? And I can assure you, there ain't anything on the outside of you, because you'll get sick of that. There's only so many cars you can buy. There's only so much money you can have. That's what that show, The Billions. I mean, you can see the contrast. You get everything. You can do anything. You can eat anywhere, be anywhere. You'll conform to that lifestyle. And then you'll be like, okay, what's next? Then you work on your spirituality. And then you can go and be in the clouds and be with the unicorns all the time. And then that's going to get boring. You just balance the two and you do the dance. The dance is the ego and the spirit all the time. Stop doing the hokey pokey. That's what it is. It's doing the freaking hokey pokey. Yeah, the day that never comes. Jordan and I did, that was our topic. Thanks for Flip Mode 007. Because that's what people do. They just make the shit happen now. And if you don't make it happen now, stop making excuses or feel guilty about not making it happen now. Just go on with your life. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're not waking up and you're not excited about your day, then what the hell are you here for? Because I know each and every one of you that are in this chat room, I should say the majority of you here, you're looking to have the best experience in life. Every single person in here. No one's going to say, no, I'm looking for the worst experiences. No, everything in your life, you're looking for the very best experiences. What does your cake look like when you're baking it? What are the ingredients of your life? Who are the people you're hanging around with? What are your day-to-day activities? How much time do you spend doing this and that? The time is now. It's the now moment. It's always been the now moment. And then what we do is we gently scrub away the past through conscious observations of the now moment, studying our charts, studying our origins. You have a root, yes. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, when I do my readings for people, I tell them, I tell a lot of the majority of them, if not all of them, I say, your parents, if you had good parents, let's just say, you may not have had good parents, right? In the sense of good and bad, but you had parents, and whoever raised you, maybe it was your grandparents, whoever raised you, just remember this. They raised you based on their astrological sign. They raised you based on their tarot cards. They raised you based upon their cards of illumination and their numerology and the way they see the world. But I can tell you right now, from doing tons of readings, everybody's code is case specific and it's different. Even if you got similarities, you're still going to have things in there. I mean, yeah, you can find people that have the same charts, and you can find people that have the sun in the same sign and the sun in the same nakshatra and the Rahu here. But there's going to be some variations. You'll have some generalized aspects then that play a big role for sure. Like the zodiac wheel is, like I said, it's your eye. And if you have it exactly in the same spot as somebody else, like you have the same rising sign, that's the foundation of your physicalness, the way you think. And then you add all the celestials, and then they're going to give their expression of the energy. And then it's the makeup of you. What is the relevance of 23? 23 is a very, very important number in our culture, in our society's 23andMe, tied to DNA. That's number one. That's a big one. 23 is called in numerology. If you get into the esoteric, it's called the Royal Star of the Lion. If you do that in numerology, if you spell out Royal Star of the Lion, that's going to give you 69. the yin yang. That's tied to Sirius. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. It's tied to the mighty star Sirius. It's tied to Yaldabaoth, the Gnostic demiurge, through which is Allah in the Quran. The God of the Quran is Yaldabaoth, otherwise known as the Lord of Sirius. Doesn't say it is Sirius, it said it's the Lord. It lords over Sirius. That's why when you study astrology, every zodiac sign has a lord or lordess. Aries, those of you that are Aries, your lord is Mars, the ruler of Aries, but it's not Aries. Taurus is ruled by Venus, but Venus is not Taurus, not directly. It's the lordess. So 23 is, those are the things it's tied to. You see, Jim Carrey. I mean, why did Michael Jordan wear the number 23? Why did LeBron James wear the number 23? Beckwith in soccer, 23? Because it's called the Royal Star of the Lion. It's tied to the crown. It's tied to whatever's running this reality, or at least having a hand in it, for sure. And it's the number 5. If those of you that like to reduce it down, if you break the numbers apart, 23 is going to be Taurus and Gemini. And if you go all the way around and you place that number 23 on the zodiac wheel, it's going to be in position. 23 will be on the zodiac sign Capricorn. Those of you that are Capricorns, 23 is your number. How about that? 23, the most revered number in astrology. In numerology, it's known as the luckiest number. People change their names just because they want to equal number 23. Seriously. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. So 23 is, and it's tied to Capricorn, which is tied to Kronos, which is tied to the number 10, which is tied to the Wheel of Fortune. It's tied to check out my Bloodline Decoded, another one of my favorites. Broke down all the blood, where our origins are possibly from. It's really interesting. King equals 23, the full reduction cipher, E.C. Alvarez. This is a good point, right? So numbers are going to bleed. What I mean by that is they will, because King is 11 in Chaldean. Now, again, if you're like, well, I use the 4 base ciphers. Okay, cool. But you see, when you use 4 ciphers simultaneously, you're probably going to get 4 outcomes. And if you take those, and if they're all different, well, now where do you go with it? Because now you have 4 outcomes you got to deal with from a numbering perspective. That kind of waters it down. So my suggestion, as I have said so many times throughout all these years of doing this, pick one numerology cipher and exclusively use that to find your vocabulary, your language in, and then branch off. That'd be my suggestion, because in Chaldean, it connects directly to the periodic table. It connects directly to the cards of illumination. It connects directly with the tarot. There's no other cipher like it. If you want to get the pictures and the cards, but again, I'm not saying, some people don't like me because I use Chaldean, or they don't like me because it's me, or they don't like me because whatever, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to use Chaldean. Okay. Go use your 4 base ciphers. Go water your results down. You get more chances to connect words when you use 4 of them in a row. Use 1 and then branch off. That's my suggestion anyway. Yes, 23 chromosomes from each parent. That's another good point. Blood equals 23. That's right. Blood in numerology, blood equals 23. History equals 23. Crown equals 23. Those are big time words that connect to 23. Blood, crown, history, 23. Pineal, 23. Mercury, 23. Moon, 23. Pineal gland and Mercury, there's a lot to be said about that connection. Both of them equaling 23 in Chaldean numerology. Mercury just may indeed be the implant in your brain, tied to the all-seeing eye of Horus. That's communicating back and forth, giving feedback. The word feedback equals 30, just like demiurge, just like the word role play. That equals 30, all in Chaldean, folks. Septenary is cool. I used to, when I started decoding, I really got into Marty Leeds, and he influenced me to use the septenary. That was that was back in 2013. But then I found Chaldean. I started reading books on numerology, and then I realized that I was using numerology, not gematria. So, all of us, when you get the numbers, it's numerology you're using, because you got to know what the numbers mean. I mean, it's cool to connect 23 plus this 23 and this word equals that, but what does the 23 mean? So if you don't know what that means, well then, you don't have all the tools in the toolbox. And as a decoder, I would encourage all of you to collect as many tools as you can, because it's going to give you the best perspective of how this reality works. Septenary is cool though. The septenary is really, in my Superstar part 2 or part 1, I showed how the septenary has a big hand in the sun's position and the sun moving in the zigzag shape, which makes up the shape of our DNA, the double helix. And the sun's pattern goes on the numbers 1 through 13, not the numbers 1 through 12, the 12 months, it's actually 13. And that zigzag shape, which is going to be the pendulum going back and forth just like this, it's the 1-7-1. It's the 1, the 7 in the middle, and then the 1 again. It just rocks back and forth. That's what the sun does, is it moves across the sky. It's a pendulum, and it moves like this, and it creates that analemma, the figure 8 shape, but it's back and forth like this. And the one is on each side and 7's in the middle, or 1-7-1, however you want to look at it. You're going to have December, June, and then December again. And that makes the patterns of the sun. Undeniable with nature as well, if you go watch that decode. Jordan is the Red Bull that gives you wings. That's a cool observation. If you want to check out some really interesting symbolism, check out my Wizard of Oz Decoded. I have the bull in there. That's just, it's like mind-blowing. The connection that I found with Kansas and where the Wizard of Oz was founded, the origination, the story of it. It's pretty trippy. Just letting you know, it'd be really trippy. Cancun equals 23. Jeremiah, what to do to relieve the pain from winter? Yeah, I'll tell you exactly. Move. That's how you relieve the pain of winter. I know that somebody say, well, I can't do it. Why not? See, the first thing, if I say you move, come to a warmer climate. Come to Mexico. I guarantee you that if you come to Mexico, it'll probably be 99% of you, it'll be less expensive than what you're paying in the United States. And you'd be like, what am I going to do? And well, start to brainstorm on that. See, I was raised in the snow. I hated it. I went out to California in 2009, I think it was. During the winter time back east, it was like snowing and sleeting. My buddy's like, hey, you want to do a road trip to LA? I'm like, yeah. So we went out to LA, we drove across the US and we got to LA. And I remember it was like 75 degrees, palm trees. And within a week, I moved out to California. I was out there. I had a cousin out there, but nonetheless, I mean, Southern California, I love Southern California. Orange County is my favorite. San Diego, but amazing places. That's the crown chakra. If you place the chakras across the U.S., California, that's the crown. Of course, that's where, think about it. The crown, the light comes, Hollywood's there. Hollywood equals 43. 43 is the 14th prime number. Today we're doing the Ace of Clubs. The Ace of Clubs. Folks, this is how crazy our reality's scripted, okay? Let me just show you the synchronicity. Some of you are going to chuckle. Since today is the Ace of Clubs day, Sunday, November 19th. Where the hell is it? Come on. Oh, there it is. So today is the Ace of Clubs day. Right here. Sunday, November 19th, the Ace of Clubs. And I had mentioned earlier, this is a seed planter card. This is an idea, right? This is an idea coming down into your brain, talking to you and say, hey, maybe you should go do that. But you don't do it. Like, oh, what are they going to think? Maybe it's broken. I don't have the money. And you make excuses. Maybe that's the free will, right? But anyway, this Ace of Clubs, okay, is going to be turned into the Ace of Wands in the tarot. And this, whether or not there's several ways you can number this card. If you use the Fool as 0 and 22, this becomes card 23. And somebody was asking about the 23. Okay, but 43, the word Hollywood in numerology equals 43. 43 is the 14th prime number. This is the 14th card. And then what is the transition into the tarot? What do you think that is right there? The Hollywood, waving the magic wand. This is how scripted our freaking reality is, folks. You can't miss it right there. There's the Harry Potter one right there in the hand, tied to Hollywood. I showed this in my Hollywood. I had a decode, not Hollywood decoded, but I had it in another decode. I can't remember. I titled it something else. I got so many videos, but I had Hollywood as one of the topics. It's one of my later ones I've done, earlier, the latest ones I've done. But that's just one example. I could show you so many. Taking a word in Chaldean numerology, converting it into the cards of illumination to convert it into the picture, which is the tarot, and then you can start to see these ridiculous connections. Ridiculous. The current Pope, Pope Francis, who will probably be the last Pope, he's got this as his birth card. What do you think he's doing? He's creating magic. It's a magical world out there. But most people don't believe in magic because they're too busy complaining and arguing and bickering or doing things in life that they don't really like doing, but they're doing it because they used to doing it and it's easy. Doesn't take much practice. They're afraid of the change. What will people think of me? We get back to that whole thing again. "19 means slaughter. In the Land of the Blind, it says 19 means slaughter in the Strong's Concordance. And da-da-da is a sheep. Yeah, 19, the word apex. The word apex is 19. What's the 19th card in the tarot, folks? Got to get through all these cards. I wish I had them all laid out. I just pick them up. Those of you that don't know, where are you? There it is. 19th card. Apex is 19 in numerology. What do you think the sun is? You think it's your buddy? I mean, I love it. I was born on a Sunday. I talk to it all the time. When I get out in the sun, I give gratitude to it. Lights up my world, gives me warmth, makes my bones feel good. But it can be a devil. I used to live in Las Vegas. Whew. Go out there in the summertime, you bake in August, forget it. It's hot. Hot as shit in Las Vegas. Arizona. But the sun's an apex predator. Sun and moon run the stock market. They run cryptocurrency, et cetera, et cetera. You know, the great Jordan over, big shout out to Jordan at Waters Above Crypto. If you haven't checked his channel out, his great podcast he does, his lives, he gets way more people than I do. He was born to talk, man. You don't have to agree with everything he says, but just go there, you get a breath of fresh air. He gets a little spicy, as he says. He's got the 33rd card in the deck. His birthday. Beautiful, beautiful soul. is Cancer number 69. No, Cancer is actually 19. Let me double check. I think it's 19. Don't let me see. Where's my freaking, there it is. I want to say it's 9. I'm probably wrong now. Yeah, Cancer is 19. So this kind of just moves into the postulation of things. And I have done decodes on this where Cancer and Gemini are side by side in the zodiac sign 3 and zodiac 4. That's the Empress and the Emperor, the King and Queen. And above that, ruling over or having a symbiotic relationship with Gemini and Cancer, it's going to be Sagittarius, ruled by Jupiter, and his father, Kronos, and Capricorn, the 10 and the 9. You add up that gets 19. So you have 19 at the top, 2 19s at the bottom, the Moon and Mercury, which both of those equal 23. Which is a match to the word pineal. And if you study the nakshatras in the sidereal Vedic astrology, you get into those right there. It's going to be the 21 and 20 above in Capricorn and Sagittarius. 21 is tied to the word enter. You enter the game of life. You enter the world card, and you come then straight across the way. And the nakshatra down at the bottom is nakshatras number 8 and 7, and that is nitrogen and oxygen, and that is exactly what we breathe in the air that makes us human beings. Nitrogen around 79%, oxygen around 21%. And that's 7 and 8 on the periodic table. Nitrogen 7, oxygen is 8. Those are the 2 nakshatras that make up Cancer and Cancer and Gemini. And we possibly incarnate through the moon. That's one of the portals. Maybe that's why they had Christoph talking from the moon in the Truman Show. That's the portal that we come through. The moon, has a lot to do with the seed, the new moon, the full moon. All of you should go to moongiant.com. I use this in all my readings. Moongiant.com. You scroll down to the bottom half of the website, and you'll be able to click on when you were born. It's going to show you what the moon looked like when you were born. So if you're someone who's born like myself, I was born on a new moon where it's all black. I mean, there's a slit. I was like waxing crescent, but I just have the first slit of light. But you might as well just say it's a new moon. So what does that mean for those of you that are born in new moons? You're seed planters. You want to experience the seeds. You want to start new things. Because if you just take the same context of the menstrual cycle of you ladies out there, well, the new moon is when the seed goes in the fallopian tube. Now you're ready to have that, nurtured. And then if you go into the full moon, that's the release, the period, the cycle. You release the blood. That's the stock market going up and down, as Jordan has shown, cryptocurrencies, et cetera, et cetera. Christoph was also floor 221 of the moon. Well, 221 is the mirror of the 122, and 122 is tied to antimony in the all-seeing eye of your brain. Remember, moon and Mercury, they both equal 23 in numerology, both of them. The sun is 14, the moon is 23. They're both going to be 5, that's 55. 55 is tied to time travel. The great show Dark on Netflix was all about the 55th element called cesium 137, I think it was, for time travel. Now, I'm not saying that's true, but that's what they're using as their story. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, we got Steven in the house doing the moderation, keeping any toxicity out. Folks, I mean, it's just, why? Why would you come here and be toxic? I mean, you have something better to do? Like, it's just crazy. I get people, these comments after I do the videos, these lives. It's like, oh, like I've gotten like, you think you know everything. It's like, this is my truth. If I were to folks, all of us could get into a room, including you. You can go into a room, we could share, imagine you had to lay all your truths out on the table. And then you'd have to get graded on them. Like getting a paper graded. You know as well as I do, if you're just keeping it real and authentic and not being a ding-dong about your life, you know if you spread all your true side on the table, it's not going to be 1 + 1 = 2 with everything. It's not. But we act like it is. All of us do it. All of us talk like we know what the hell's going on. Some of the things you do, some of the things you don't. But see, people don't want to admit that. It's okay. I'm not always right, folks, when it comes to 1 + 1 = 2. Okay? I'm not looking for handouts. I'm not looking for blue ribbons. I'm not in this for trophies. I'm not in this for consolation prizes. I'm doing it because this is my job. I take it serious. Are you serious? I am dead serious. NPCs, let's talk about that. Let's talk about NPCs. This is I should probably decode this because it's so big. NPCs, non-player characters. What does that mean? Well, again, folks, the foundation of your existence, what do you believe it means? It doesn't mean anything about what I think it means. You're creating your own reality. Essentially, you may even be creating your own torus field, your own fractal, and whatever you believe in when you pass on from this life, you're going to end up, incarnating into that existence of reality. So if that's the case, well, I mean, that's why in the Hinduism text, nirvana is reached by releasing everything. Getting rid of all of it. Going out with a clean slate. And I'm not saying that's true, but let's talk about this NPC stuff. Like we can have fun with this, right? I mean, people say NPCs are those that are there to trigger you. NPCs don't have souls. Well, how do you know that? That's fun for good conversation. I mean, I can go out into this world right now and I could definitely start to label people as, well, there's an NPC right there. But then if I were to compare my life 10 years ago, 15 years ago to theirs right now, I was an NPC 15 years ago. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was just like trying to do the American dream crap. I was chasing ass. I was like being a dude. That's what the name of the game in this reality is, folks. Chase and tail. Estrogen, if there's the male chasing the female chasing the male. Everybody wants to get chased around. That's love. It's just kind of funny. But anyway, the NPC stuff, man, we don't know exactly, think of it this way. How about just really bringing it down to, there are two types of people in this world. You're either going to get how this reality works, or you're not going to, or you're not interested and you don't care, or you're just never going to see it. I mean, if you just look at this reality as an engine in a car, or a watch, because our universe to me runs like a watch. It's round, circular, many moving parts that go around and around. Essentially, so if you just did all the components of this reality, it runs like a clock, the pieces of a clock or a watch. But most people are not interested in how the clock, I just want to wear the watch. It's a nice, beautiful watch. I like all the diamonds that are around it. I like it because it's gold, it's flashy. But if you're somebody who's you want to know why the hell that's moving the way it is and why it's doing, that's why you're probably here. That's why you're interested in the occult and the esoteric and all that stuff. But the types of people that we call NPCs, man, we don't know if they have a soul. We don't, this and that. There's cloning that we'd have to take into consideration. There could be a shit ton of clones out there that were manufactured. And now you have a fractal down below the fractal of mankind being used in my theorizations. And it just gets diluted down. So we have to take that into consideration. But the name of the game here, from everything I've done research on, ladies and gentlemen, is that the less you react to situations on the world stage, the better your experiences. So this is the value of astrology, numerology, knowing your name, knowing your birth name, knowing everything about your freaking life. All that's part of your code. And then when you start to see your code, you study it and you start to see the planets and how they show up in your life and how you react towards certain circumstances that are pertaining to what houses they're in and what zodiac sign they're under the influence and joining forces with, and if they're squaring this and doing this sextile here, There's so many layers to it. But you're going to start to see that you're a reacting machine. Most people just react automatically because they're in the habit of doing it. Thank you, Bob Proctor. That was the value of studying personal development for years with that dude. I was Bob Proctor Central for years of my life. Loved every minute of it. Changed my life. It was a base fundamental for where I'm at right now. And he had said, Bob Proctor, he said, your body is the instrument of the mind. This thing right here moves in accordance to what you think. And then I go a step further. I'm like, your mind, your thoughts are not your own. So if you have free will, if you believe in that, again, I'm not saying it's true or it's not true. I think we do have a little bit of free will, totally for that. I can see how that would completely fit into this. It's how you react to certain situations. So if you know you have like Mars in the first house of Aries, in its default house, if you know you have an anger issue, like if you know that's part of your code, well then are you consciously aware of when you have these outbursts? And if someone comes at you and they start pushing your buttons and you say, you know what, no one made you do anything. Stop saying that stupid honky stuff. Nobody can make you do anything. Even if they have a gun to your head, you still got to call the shots. Nobody's making you do anything. The external people. So when you say, oh, she made me feel this way. No, she didn't. You made yourself feel that way. Get it right. Own your shit. So when you have these areas in life and you see them and you study yourself and you're like, oh my God, yeah, I totally am like that. Own it. Tell the person that you're going to date, tell them, hey, this is how I am. And I may get like this sometimes. I'm sorry if I do. This is just my programming. But I'm going to try to be less. See, the name of the game, no matter what your code is, no matter what zodiac sign you are, no matter what rising sign you are, no matter what midheaven you are, Chinese zodiac, it's the reaction process that will determine the outcome of your life. It's not going to be the standard, but it's going to play a role in and I speak from experience. What about Mars and Aries in the 12th? Well, then you add in you're going to add in the aspect of Pisces. Pisces is the default owner. Pisces owns the 12th house. And so you have to add in, you got to look at your Pisces position. You got to look at like the ruler of Pisces and find out what house that's in. You can count how many spaces it is from the 12th house and get into some more areas of, this is the value of Vedic astrology and sidereal. There's so many things to talk about here. But you got to look at, like, if you have Aries if you have Mars in a certain house, who's the ruler of that house? Is there any energies around affecting that Mars energy? I believe these planets, these celestials, whatever the hell they are in the sky, whether there's whether they're not real, I know Jason Bashir from Archaics, he thinks they're not. Well, that you can't prove that. So it's a theory. It could be the right way, right? But because of people giving the energy to these ideas for so many years, they've become real. So it doesn't matter if it's not real. In the sense of that's not a real celestial body in the sky. It's just a holographic projection. Yeah, but you see, the magic behind the idea made it real because so many people put their time and effort into astrology. And astrology goes thousands of years back. Thousands. So you can imagine the amount of energy it gets and has gotten. And so it's a foundation that, when you start to utilize it, you're going to see and you're going to be like, damn, that's like totally described. The cards of illumination. 52 cards in the deck matching the 52 weeks of the year. 4 suits, 4 seasons. 13 cards per suit, 13 weeks per season. Freaking highly accurate in describing our reality. My friend Sharon, she's been reading the cards decades. Good friend of mine, man. Amazing human being. King of Diamonds she is. You King of Diamonds rejoice. 39th card in the deck. Lucy in the sky with diamonds, the King of Diamonds. But anyway, she has a website called it'sallinthecards.com. I said this, so I support it so much. Go on there for free. Go type in your birthday. Look at your birth card. The majority of you, maybe there'll be some that won't be, but the majority of you will, when you read that card, you will be like, damn, that shit was spot on. Well, how's it possible that a lady who doesn't even know you, never met you, can describe you so well? Because these are archetypes. That's why. And I'm not saying you don't have to surrender to oh, well, I'm just going to be under the guise of this card. And no, folks, there's pros and cons to all the cards. Challenges you got to work on, and part of your screenplay, part of your script. But the value is knowing the owner's manual. That's the value. It's like a cheat sheet. That's why dating and all that stuff, man, there's all these apps coming out, man. There'll be, at one point, you'll be able to go date somebody based upon, it's like a cheat sheet. You know what you're gonna get. You're not gonna get it all complete because there's programming from our childhood. That you're not gonna find. People can hide that stuff. But that it may even be attached to some of the layers in astrology and the cards and the science of numbers through numerology. But nonetheless, there are going to be some things you just can't find. But these are cheat sheets, man. That's why the information age, the age of Aquarius, we're moving into an age of what seemingly appears to be perfection. Technology, when technology advances, what happens to the health industry? Well, more and more people get less and less sick because the technology is allowing people to heal through the electricity, because we're moving into the electrical age. Aquarius is all about electricity. That's why we're moving into electric cars. It's not going to be overnight, but that's what the age of Aquarius is seemingly moving towards. With or without our consent, by the way. Red Rose is asking, can you tell me what the 17th tarot card is? Yeah, it's the star card. It's the star card. And then it's also the 4 of clubs, the 4 of wands. So I'll show you both. I'll show you both because they're both important. They're really important. I'm glad you brought them up. And I love the 4 of clubs, the 4 of wands. It's tied to my birthday. I'm going to tell you all in a second. Just a little something else you can do for yourself. Where the hell is the star? Here it is. So the 17th card in the tarot is the star card. And we're all stars down here. This 17 in numerology is tied to some big words like life. That's 17. Matrix. That's 17. Role is 17, like role play. 17. 17 is the 7th prime number. We have 7 chakras. Doesn't matter if you don't have to believe in it. But enough people do, and so it makes the idea real. That's called the self-fulfilling prophecy. 17 is the 7th prime number. And you get to be the star coming down here. Now, if you take it into the cards of illumination, you're going to get the 4 of clubs. And then the 4 of clubs converts into the 4 of wands in the tarot. This is card number 26. 25 if you remove the Fool. 26 is tied to the word house. Like the house always wins. What do you see on there? There's the house, the castle behind the wands. Creating the mental structure. Now I had said I'm going to talk about birthdays because see you can actually take your day on the calendar. You can go to timeanddate.com and you can go to you can punch in your birthday, and then you can click on add days. Let me just show all of you that, because it's just going to be so much easier. Hold on. So much easier to show you. So you guys can all benefit from this. Okay. Here we go. Boop. All right, so this is timeanddate.com right here. I love using this website. So big shout out to this website. No, I don't get any royalties from them. I just use them and I love it. And so big shout out to timeanddate.com. I'm very grateful for this website. But anyway, if you just go to this date to date calculator right here, okay? And you just click on this add days right here. And then you type in your birthday. So mine, is February 4th, 1973. And then what you want to do is you can subtract or add days on the calendar. So if you subtract, actually you want to go subtract 280 days, which is the typical gestation period from when the egg drops until it gets fertilized, until you pop out into this world, you're then going to get a result. And here's mine right here, 280. And then it's April 30th. So then what you can do with this, you can then go to the chart for the cards of illumination and you can look up April 30th for me, and it's the 4 clubs. And then you go read about the 4 clubs. And do you resonate with that message? You may not resonate with all of it, but there's going to be some things in there like I resonated with the 4 clubs. Like, what is the 4 clubs? What is it doing? It's building the happy home. Where the hell's there it is. This 4 of Wands is this card right here is the casino. The house always wins. This is the house card. So the 4 of Wands, the 4 of clubs, the 17th card tied to the star card, that's the house. You're stuck in the house. The star is stuck in the house. That's exactly how you read this. Card 17 and card 26, right there. So that was my long explanation on that. I hope you like that. Dex is saying, word on the street is they actually invented time and dates. Somebody had to. Of course, everything's an invention. I mean, if we want to be real technical, somebody invented this pen, somebody invented these Ray-Bans, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I haven't completed the 88 decoded yet. It's kind of shelved, as is a lot of my decodes. I just kind of pull them out when I feel the urge to do so. And I just have that one shelved right now, so. Ace of Pentacles, awesome card, man. The Ace of Diamonds, those of you that are Ace of Diamonds, I should probably do a show just on one show on all the cards to show you the connections, because they're all special. Nobody has like a superior, like it's all part of the engine, where it's talking about the watch, and your car has an engine in the engine. The smallest little thing breaks and the car ain't running. Like how important is the alternator belt or the pulley belt? If that thing's not on there, your car's not going to turn. How important is the battery? The battery's dead, your car's not starting. How important is the alternator? Charges the battery. You can drive the car without the alternator for a little bit, but then the battery's going to dump out and you're back to a dead car again. So how important is the components of the engine? And you're going to be one of those components. Some may have more responsibilities, yes. And then you go and look at our reality. Who are the people on the world stage that have more responsibilities? What is your responsibility? Some of you may have incarnated if we had a choice. Again, we're going theoretical here. Some of you may have incarnated and chosen to have an easy peasy lifestyle. Like, yeah, you're not like, I don't really want to play this time. I just want to go observe. Some people incarnated, think about it. Why are people monks? To me, it's a very noble lifestyle. But my ego would be like, hell no, I don't want to shave my head and go wear an orange jumpsuit. I'm just having fun with that because I know they don't all do that. So, but would you? Would you go be a monk? If someone said, the way to enlightenment, the way to win this game of life, you have to go be a monk. You see, immediately and automatically, you're going to start to compare it to your life. You're going to size it up. You're like, can I do that? Is that doable for me? Is it doable for my code? And then if it's not doable for your code, you know what you're going to start doing? You're going to start making reasons why it's not the way to enlightenment. We all do it. Because your way is the only way to enlightenment. Not mine. Not your sister, not your brother, not your neighbor, not the people you follow on YouTube. Yours. Your way. So if it's important to you, you won't make excuses, as they say. Ace of Diamonds, card 27. Love this card. This is the card that sits right over the top of the Great Pyramid of Giza. This is card 27. The word Khufu equals 27 in Chaldean numerology. The word golden, the golden sun, that's 27 in numerology. The word heaven is 27 in numerology. Jupiter's 27. Just in Chaldean numerology now. So we really kind of define it. And what is on there is a pyramid. The Great Pyramid of Khufu. There it is. There's two tetrahedrons forming an octahedron, but that's what the diamond is, an octahedron. But you got two tetrahedrons, and maybe, you have one pyramid. If you drew a line in between that, you may have one pyramid forming the base, and then you have one inverted that may be underground. We don't know, folks. There's some things we just don't know about this reality. The show Monk. I think I've watched a few of those episodes. If that's the show I think you're talking about. Brenda says, everyone has their own path. Bingo. So why are we fighting? Why are people trying to walk through somebody else's path? Why do people so heavily trying to, keep up with the Joneses or go try to be like this person or that person? Those people are influencing you. But maybe that's your code. Maybe you incarnated to be somebody who's going to be influenced. Oh, not you though. Not me. Everybody gets influenced. We all do. You get influenced. Why do you choose the certain waters, the brands that you buy? Those are all being influenced. They're all influencing you. All the brands that you buy, from your deodorant, shampoo, flip-flops, sneakers, clothes, makeup, colognes, perfumes, hair gels, blow dryers, curling rods, any of that, all those brands, especially toothpaste, the ones you use up all the time, why do you buy the brands that you buy? Because you are influenced by them. That's why. That's what this reality is all about. Influence. We did a podcast, me and Jordan, on influence versus deception. And I had postulated, and I thought, I was like, I don't think there's any such thing as deception. Well, yeah, sure there is, because people invented the idea of deception and it's become real. But if you just really kind of narrow it down to a single origin, the deception can be, it's an influence. People get deceived, but it influences them. So essentially, if you just cut out the deception word, it's really influence. It's really interesting to look at that. Without the dark, there's no movie. That's right. Dark was a great show on Netflix. I see some comments in there on Dark. There's the new one that came out, $18.99, and I turned it on, was it last night? And I didn't even get past 30 minutes. I don't know, for something for me now. I don't really care for shows that are around like the time of the Titanic and like the 1900. It doesn't excite me. I don't like the way they dressed. I don't know. Maybe I skipped that. Maybe I skipped that timeline. I don't know. But that's just me. But the show Dark is amazing. We cannot survive without the dark, and we cannot survive without the light. Yeah. I mean, I say the dark is the yin and the yang is the light. That's pretty common sense. The yin is feminine, the yang is masculine. It's going to be, and then you're going to split it off into having its dualistic nature as well. Yang becomes yin and yang, and yin becomes yin and yang, et cetera, et cetera. It's just fractals. It's the Mandelbrot set. Everything. But without the dark, you got no light. Without the light, you got no dark. They need one another. It's so crazy because it affects everything. Like my lighting in here, I have a couple soft boxes. I'm still trying to figure it out, and I haven't perfected it yet. It drives me crazy. I haven't got it exactly the way I want it. But if I tried it again tonight. If I put a white shirt on, the camera that I'm using, it changes the whole delivery of what I look like. It darkens everything. I get darker. Because the aperture, the camera, the whole lighting and all that stuff, it just changes everything. Because the light, it's different. But when I wear black, it changes the whole experience for all of you. It's just really fast. And the black absorbs the light. It's just really interesting how these are the concepts I think about. Like, why'd that happen? George is asking on the Syncretism Society. Oh yeah, so big shout out to those guys. Well, I can tell you right now, I just saw Santos today. He's doing great. He's in good spirits. He's, doing Santos, but he's taking a break from doing, any kind of syncretism. I mean, he's had a long stretch. I mean, he has put in his responsibility on the world stage, and he deserves a break, and that's what he's doing. And he's taking advantage of just retiring, as he told me today. I was like, I'm retired. So he's taking some time off. Danny is out of town again, so Danny just decided that they would pause the podcasts for the Syncretism Society for now, since Santos is taking a break. I don't know what's going on with the society per se. Like, if you're a member of the society, I couldn't tell you. That's how disconnected I am, even I'm just right down the street from Santos, but that's how disconnected I am from these guys. It's not like we're hanging out, we're having dinner every night, we're getting together. I've been a hermit. Just like Santos, he spends a lot of time alone. I spend all my time alone, researching day in and day out, researching day in and day out, and then pumping videos out, doing these lives and sharing time with all of you, doing my job. That's all I can tell you on the Syncretism Society right now. Ten of Clubs. Well, Ten of Clubs is tied to the number 23. It's the 23rd card in the deck. I know this card really well. My mom has it as her birth card. Maybe you have it as your birth card. Ten of Clubs. Got the 10 on it. 10 is the binary number. Very special number. 10 of Clubs, 10 of Diamonds, 10 of Hearts, doesn't matter. The 10 of Hearts means happy home. So the 10 10's tied to Kronos and Capricorn, the cornucopia of the zodiac. This is where your midheaven's at. And this 10 of Clubs, the 10 of the mind. The 10 is the highest number in the context of the 10 being the binary number. 20 is not part of the binary. 11's not part of the binary. 10 is the binary, the 1 and the 0. So the the 10 of Clubs is the 23rd card in the deck. It sits in the crown line in the Master Life spread. It sits in the Mars crown line. Okay, the masculine Mars energy, which is so very obvious now of how, it needs the feminine Venus, but the Mars is your drive. You marching off into war, you creating your wars, not in the context of wars. But the Ten of Wands, you could be somebody who's like really religious, really stuck on theology. You love that kind, maybe that's part of your code. Or you may be completely just like, that's not for you. But highly intelligent. There's a reason why the British Parliament, the government, I think it is the address is 10 Downing Street. 10 Downing Street. 10. So it's an important number, the 10. And so any of you 10s, hearts, clubs, diamonds, spades, very, very powerful cards. The creme de la creme. And these 10s, if you put them on a chessboard, I'm still figuring out the assembly of the cards, but you have the ace through the eights as the pawns, and then behind them you have the rook and the bishop and the knights and the king and queen. King and queen, obviously, those are a dead giveaway in the cards of illumination, but what makes up the rook, what makes up the knight, what makes up the bishop? So far I have it as the bishop as the 9 of spades and the 9 of hearts. The rooks, the castles are the 10s, forming the structure. And then the knights are the jacks. These can interchange. I'm not set on those, by the way, but if you take the cards and you put them on the chessboard, it's so cool. 16 cards per side. 16 is tied to the word light. Chess is the light game. Light game is 29. 16 and 13. Showed that in my Hotel Capricorn Decoded. Playing out the light game. Holy Bible, light game. Holy Bible is 16 and 13. Light game is 16 and 13. 16 pieces on one side of the chessboard, 16 pieces on the other, for a total of 32. 32 is the degrees at which water freezes, telling you all about the physicality of our reality. We move into physical matter. 32, 33. That's physical matter. Playing the game now. Now you're playing the game. Now you're in the game. You're on the court. Chess it's amazing when you put the cards into it. Anyway, I don't know how the hell I even got on that. I just went on a tangent there. All right. What about the Joker card? Well, there's 2 Jokers in the deck. So I look at it as it's card 0, matching the Fool, and then card 53. 53 cards in a deck. Which gets really interesting because 53 on the periodic table is iodine. And iodine is an essential element in the body, protects the thyroid. A lot of people you may be iodine deficient. Have you checked your iodine levels? But 53 is iodine. It's got the letter I on it. It's 1/2 of the I am. You spell that out through alchemy, you're going to get 369, the keys to the universe. The Joker is 0 and 53. And it's the Joker playing the Jesus character, having a joke on you, having a joke on all of us. That's why I say life's a big joke. If you can kind of make lemonade with that, no matter your circumstances, because if you take away all your circumstances that you don't like I got to chop wood for the winter, or I got to pay my bills. Man, folks, if you can pay your bills, you should be grateful when you're doing it. When you're writing that check or paying your bills, hey, I'm so glad I could. Thank you. When I buy a program or a software, I'm grateful. I'm giving thanks because that's how I get my stuff. Like if you didn't make the product, I couldn't use it. But when I used your product, I'm grateful for that. Same thing with your rent, man. If you can pay your rent, so it means you're earning cash, you're earning money, you're earning, your capitalism in the world. Aren't you grateful for that? Most people don't think about that stuff. Maybe you have your life taken care of you. Maybe you're taken care of in life. Maybe your significant other, or your partner, your husband, wife, maybe they're the breadwinners, but you could still be super grateful for your life. Anyway, but on the bills, folks, don't complain about paying them. Be grateful you're paying them. Big game changer. Big. And remember, 0 in the tarot, the Fool, is the degrees in Celsius. When you do the conversion, 32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 degrees Celsius. 32 is which water transmutes into a solid. The solid represents matter, carbon, and then we become the Fool. 0 is the Fool card. 0 degrees Celsius is what water freezes at. The conversion of that. So beautiful. The fool is smiling because he knows the truth. Either that or he just doesn't know anything. You can smile when you don't know anything. When you have no expectations and you can get on that side of slightly love, you can smile at anything. So Jay Bo says, I've been down so long just working to pay bills. I get it, folks. Listen, my life personally, I have been through the ringer in my life. I have been there and done that on so many layers of my life. So a lot of your circumstances, I have been there. So if you're somebody who's living paycheck to paycheck, I have been there. So I'm not saying it because I read it in a book. I have lived that life. Now I'm not. So am I any different than you? Nope. Both got a set of lungs. We both got a mouth. We both got eyes. We both have, but you got to know what are you good at? What do you want to do in life? You see, when you become great at what you're designed to do, the money will come. Trust me, it will. You have to start it off as a hobby. Something you do on the side, but maybe you want to stop spending time watching YouTube videos. Maybe you want to stop watching stuff on Netflix or Amazon Prime or on your phone. Put it into something you really want to do for a couple hours a day. You'll get good at it. Oh, someone's in the Cancun area. Greetings from Cancun. The Joker is like a child. Yes, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. Which is what do we want to do in life? We want to become children again, right? But we don't. Because we have an ego as an adult. We have all these years of programming, trying to be right, trying to look good, trying not to look bad. And then we're trying to prove other people wrong. We get caught up in the division. We go jump into the stage of the mainstream. We become an extra in that movie. And then we try to become a star in that movie, and good luck with that. But this is how powerful the 6 is, right? Because this is what we're all right here. This is the 6 of hearts, and it's in the cards of illumination, it's a card of fire. The igniting fire suit. It's going to be the cups. It'll be different in the tarot, but these came first. I learned from Sacred Symbols of the Ancients, 1947, that book, and through Sharon, who's been reading the cards for decades, who's one of my mentors. I've studied what they study. But you can take all these cards, you can interchange them all you want. This can be card number 32. The 6 of diamonds if you want it to be. But ultimately, they all have a 6 on it. So we can just say they're the number 6. But this is what we're living through because we become carbon. Carbon is the 6th element. We become carbon-like human beings. 6. And we become fire down into the 6 of spades. And the 6 of spades, which is the card for today's, what's your question 45? It's the 6 of swords. And you make this transition from fire, spirit, down into the physical matter. And now you're in an avatar called Earth. But you want to be like the 6 of hearts. Let me show all of you what it looks like in the tarot because it's beautiful. And because of our adult programming, you will be challenged by, kind of living through this life. Where is it? There it is. So the 6 of hearts, card number 6. From fire, the element fire. Now we got to go through air, we got to go through water, and then we hit earth, spirit, turning into physical matter. But what starts the spirit, the spark of that, the 6 of hearts, turns into the 6 of cups. What is the picture on there? It's a little dude or a male giving flowers to the female. So what is this telling you? It's the male chasing the female. I know it's very childlike and it's very innocent, and that's one of the ways to interpret the card. The starting point of human beings is like, that game looks fun. That's how I look at it as. I have enough support to say that. I'm not saying it's absolutely true, but I look at it as like Spirit looks at the game and says, I'm going to go play that game. The game looks pretty badass. And now you have this. Why? Because you're like, I want to go do chivalry. I want to go get a girlfriend. I want to go get a boyfriend. I want a husband. I want to have a couple kids. This is going back to your childlike state. Nostalgia is one of the key words for this card. And the 6 is tied to the third eye. We may just be in the dream of the cosmos anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Which would throw everything that we know out in a barrel and just might as well scrap it. Chase and Taya with Jessica. Yeah, I just got to have fun with this. You look at the fallen angel story. If you I was raised in theology, so I have a really good grasp of the Bible, of the holy text, and then studying Hebrew and Judaism and the Greeks, and studying all this stuff and the Romans, and it's really fascinating. It's really, really fascinating. But the fallen angel story is quite simply the male chasing the female ass. That's what it is. That's why we as guys, that's one of the things we do. Folks, it's a duck. We call it a duck, man. There's no way to kind of quack around it. And then the female's chasing the male. If you have a dominant Mars energy in your chart, you females, you may be the alpha. You may be the one, doing some initiation. Some women are just like, I'm not going to initiate at all. He's got to come after me. And it's like a game. See, when you look at the code and the cheat sheet, there's no, I still think it's a game. I think we're being controlled remotely. But then you look at like, okay, I'm single. Who am I going to go date now? And then you're playing these stupid games. Well, I'm not going to text them back. They're going to have to text me back. Why? Well, because, if I show some initiation, they're going to think I like them. And then it's like, dude, are you trying to win? Are you trying to be right? What's going on with you? Anyways. I just think it's funny. It's the male chasing the female. Oh, we got a good question here on monogamy and polygamy and all that stuff. These are all great ideas. I mean, if you read the ancient text, the Holy Bible, I was raised on that stuff. Back in the Old Testament, there was husbands having tons of wives. And that changed. If you can put yourself in that perspective, if you can close your eyes and you can envision yourself right now in this current day and age, and picture yourself somewhere and you got, male or female, you got 10 husbands or 10 wives. How do you navigate through that in this reality? That's what the stories say in the ancient text. There was, tons of wives, tons of one husband, tons of wives. It was never, there was, a lady and she had tons of husbands. It was always the patriarchal. It was always the male with the tons of female wives. These stories. And then now you get into, the craziness of having to get a marriage certificate to get married. What? Why do I got to pay you to get married? And then people enter into these contracts. And the contract of marriage obviously is under the guise of Chronos. That's what the band's for. And you get the husband and wife, the bride and the maid, all these words, the etymology of that. And of course they wear black and white. Anybody that here has got married? You wore the black and the white. Probably you were living out yin yang. And then some people get religious like, oh, that yin yang's evil, but they're getting married and they got a white dress on and he's wearing black. Like what? It's just hilarious. People don't pay attention to this reality. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have now moved into where, as long as I can remember, it's one partner and you got to pay for it, which is absolutely ludicrous to begin with. And then you got to pay to remove it. And how does that happen? A judge. Who's the judge? Kronos. Keeping the Kronos story alive. Saturn. I mean, I had said this before. If you go to court, if you've had the luxury of going to court, that shit show, no matter what courtroom you walk into, you're on the court now. And when you're sitting down before the judge walks in and the bailiff comes up and he says, all rise, what do you think that means? That you're the son of God. You're rising up. Now you stand up to show your respect to the judge who comes in all black, and he's a representation of Kronos, Father Time. That's what the court's saying, and we're at maritime law. We live in the sea of space, and what is the sea? And you can keep getting on so many different layers of this. It's kind of fun. But marriage to me, with the whole contract and all that bullshit, is ridiculous. And I know because I speak from experience. What I did in my past and what happened to me personally, what you did in your past and what happened to you personally does not distinguish who you are right now. All that matters is who you are right now. Just FYI. But anyway, I'm not saying marriage is not important. Some people take it seriously. They want to have these luxurious this and that. That's totally cool if you can swing it, whatever. If that makes people happy and you want to have a good time, whatever. But I'm just saying is like, why do we need to pay somebody to do it? I mean, sure, paying the priest or the judge or the guy who's going to wed you, that's different. He's doing a service. But to register it and all that stuff, I think that stuff's going bye-bye soon. But yeah, and then all the diamond rings, exactly. I mean, look, I'm a fan of beautiful things. I love beautiful things. I'm a liberal rising in the Vedic. So I love beautiful things. But there comes a point where it's like, and then, you know, if you start to source the things that you're using in your life and what it takes to actually make your life up, the cake, baking the cake again. What is the ingredients of your cake? And then you have to, and then owning that, not being shy because of what I'm saying. If this is making any of you feel guilty, well, that's on you. I'm just the tour guide here. I'm saying is own your shit, own your life, own your code. Your Honor, Uranus. No, I mean, Nate says Your Honor, Uranus. I don't, I mean, there's a connection there, but I don't know. I would say no, but again, it's not a matter of what I believe. Uranus to me, I mean, we're moving into the age of Aquarius, folks, and I know that the old timers are going to talk about Saturn or Kronos being the ruler of Aquarius, but ever since Uranus got discovered, 1781, it became the father of Aquarius. I mean, it sits at 97 degrees on its axis. Well, again, forget about, is it real, is it fake? And there's plenty of astronomers out there that get out their telescopes. You can go on YouTube and you can look at it, and they're showing you these celestial bodies in the sky, projection or not. They're there. And Uranus is known as the eccentric one, sitting at 97 degrees. 97 is the 25th prime number. That's a big deal. If you know what the 25 is. 25 is the nakshatra Uranus was in when Genesis came out. When Bitcoin came out with the Genesis block 0. Just think about what I'm telling you. Check out my Blockchain Decoded. Blockchain Decoded showed specifically using the sidereal chart that Uranus, which I believe is the ruler of Aquarius, was sitting in the house of Aquarius in the 25th nakshatra, and Uranus sits at 97 degrees, which is the 25th prime number. That's how scripted our reality is. And right across the way of the chart was his son, Saturn, handing off the 6 of diamonds. It's really interesting. This card right here. This card is the card that Saturn was holding on to in the chart for the astrological chart for the Bitcoin Genesis when it first came out on January 3rd, 2009. This card, what does that card look like? holding the scales, knowing what's right and what's wrong, being the judge, and then being the Robin Hood, being the philanthropist, being the humanitarian. And what the Bitcoin was saying, what that construct was saying, Kronos was taking the coins, Bitcoin, shooting it up to his daddy in Nakshatra 25 through the house of Aquarius, which is the bridge between Pisces and Aquarius. And there's Uranus right there to accept the coins. It's so easy when you have all these tools for it. I know it may sound easy, but it is when you get all the tools. Keep watching this stuff, man. You'll get it. Opie Land, have I looked into the vault of end times? Yes, the seed vault I have. I haven't looked beyond just like maybe watching the basic stories of it. I mean, I'm sure if somebody right here were to type, if someone can do that, I'll leave it up to somebody here in the chat. Find out what the latitude, longitude is of the seed vault up in Norway. Find out what that is. And the poles are shifting, so that could be something very big. But you wouldn't put a seed vault. Think about this logically. You wouldn't put a seed vault in the middle of the Arctic. Well, maybe you would if the poles shift and then you end up having the ability to plant up there and taking the seeds out and planting them in the ground. That may be the reason why they planted it up there, but that remains to be seen. Yeah, and then there's all these coins, right? We don't know, like XRP has gotten a lot of attention. At once, it was just this small little nothing, and now because of all the tension it's become really popular. So will this thing take off like a rocket, like it's supposed to be, like everybody thinks it's going to be? Or will it crash and burn? Will we even move towards cryptocurrency? Is that even on the table for all of us? Cryptocurrency. Guess we'll find out. Pat's saying, okay, any of you that are, so Pat's asking what's the best way to set up a reading. I have limited space right now for December. I'm still working on this course, which is taking me forever. I have so much going on, but I'm so grateful. My life is just amazing. I love my life. I hope you love your life too. But anyways, if you're interested in a reading, just send me an email. Request it. decodeyourreality@gmail.com and just request it. And just give me, a day or two to get back to you because I'm a one-man show. And I'll see if I can squeeze you in, Once I come out with this course, coming out, so a few announcements then, since we got everybody here. And so I have been working on this course, and it will be complimentary to how to decode yourself that I put out, which thank you to everybody that has watched that video. It's like 75, 80,000 people has watched it. It's definitely my best video, my most watched video. So I appreciate each and every one of you for checking it out. A lot of great feedback, but I gave it the farm away. Well, now I'm going to get it really detailed with this life coding system I have coming out. I'm going to make it even better. It's going to be like, if you want the race car, this is going to be the race car. I'm going to show you how to make the race car with the turbocharger and the supercharger and the dual exhaust and the hot rod. If you're interested in making your life a hot rod, I'm going to show you how to do that with this course coming out. I'm going to price it. I can already tell you right now, it will be priced under $100. I've already made that determination. That was what I was told to price it at through the voice in my head. And the reason why I chose that to be there, because there are a lot of people that don't have the budget for a reading. So I get it. So guess what? Those of you that want readings, that don't want to spend the money on a reading, and those of you that like to do your own research, especially those of you that are, they got the heavy occult, like you just got to know. This course is going to be for you. And this course I have coming out, folks, just small little tweaks you do. I'm going to show you how to create your cosmic blueprint. I'm going to show you how to create your owner's manual. Like your car has an owner's manual glove box. I'm going to show you how to create your owner's manual. And then what I'm going to end up creating a course around on that is how to actually give it to your partner, how to give it to your husband, how to give it to your wife, how to read them, to figure out how they show up in life. Because if I know how you show up in life, it makes it easier on me, because I'm like, oh, that's just you being you, instead of me trying to be right and saying, well, I don't like the way you do that. Well, too bad. This is how my code is. Now, that doesn't excuse you from being not a nice person. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the way somebody shows up in life. Someone needs to get something off their chest. If they're like a Mars and Aries, they have a temper. You want to get it off your chest right away. You want to let it out. You don't want to hold that shit in, because you'll self-combust. So if you're somebody who has to get your anger out right away, and your partner doesn't accept that about you, you're going to have problems. Sure, you can work on it and tone it down, and the delivery of the way you want to talk about it can be changed and can be a little bit more tolerable for your partner. But if your partner knows that you have a short fuse and that's the way you're programmed, that's an advantage towards making this reality a more comfortable one for everybody. So anyway, so I got that. And then I also am doing the Green Box Detox. And I have yet to put the updated information on the website, so stay tuned for that. But if you just go to my website, cosmicsugar.org, organization ORG, cosmicsugar.org. Yeah, I said that 3 times, so you remember. If you go to that website, there's a category that says Green Box Detox, and if you click on that, it'll take you to one page, and it has all the information on there. So I've decided the day, let me just double check this. And this Green Box Detox is going to be group number 2. This is the second time. We had a very successful Green Box Detox number 1. So January 7th. How about that? Started on the 7th. January 7th. Saturday, January 7th, 2023. That will be the very official start date for the Green Box Detox number 2. If you're interested in doing this Green Box Detox, please listen to what I have to tell you. Email me at greenboxdetox@gmail.com. I'll repeat that. greenboxdetox@gmail.com. I created it that way so it rhymes and you wouldn't forget it. greenboxdetox@gmail.com. And just wait for the reply. It may not be for a little bit because I don't check that every day. But I'll be sending out a round of emails for everybody to get if you're interested in that. There is a disclaimer in there. There's a few things you got to do if you want to join this thing. There's going to be a Telegram group if you want to participate in that, and then I will be offering for free. This is all because of me giving back. I'm not looking for anything in return. It's me wanting to help people become their absolute best in their physical temple. Green Box Detox, it's a 22-day journey, and I guarantee it'll change your life. And the reason why I was going to, I was going to create it for November, but I said, January, perfect time, New Year's resolutions. Over 60% of you that does a New Year's resolution will never succeed. Those are the stats. I think it's over 80%, but I'm just being conservative. So this is a great excuse for you to say, hey, you know what? I want to start taking care of my temple. I need a reboot, the great Joe Cross. I need to detoxify my body. And they're amazing. If you've never done one, I think it's challenging, but it's definitely something that anybody can do. If you want to check with your doctor, by all means. I'm not a doctor. I don't give out doctor advice. Again, I have a disclaimer on there because I'm not going to be responsible for anything that happens. When you start detoxing as a human being, if you're in shitty condition, if you got a lot of toxins inside of you, if you're overweight, and you start detoxing, the fat cells start to burn, turn to water, and that gets into the bloodstream, and you may have toxins. You may have drugs stored up in your body that you'll start to feel. People feel. So this disclaimer protects me because I'm doing this because I have a heart for the world. I love people. I want to help people. But you got to do your part. So, just send an email if you're interested. There's no pressure. Don't care if you join. Don't care. I do care if you join. Don't care if you don't. Be awesome to have all of you. I had like 40 people last time. It was great. Couldn't believe it. The first one. It was awesome. So January 7th. What's up, Maya? You're very welcome. Let me see if I can, let me share. You guys are got some great feedback coming in. The hell is it? Wanted to show you a few things. So, well, let me show all of you. I just released this on my social media about the Truman Show. Let me just show up. This is how crazy scripted our reality is. Okay. Let me share my screen. There we go. All right. So this right here, let me just get my cursor a little red here. Hold on a sec, folks. That's my freaking cursor. No, that's not going to do it. There it is. Okay. Let's make it easy. There we go. All right. So this screenshot right here was I was compelled to turn on the Truman Show the other day, and I didn't even want to watch the whole thing. You know what popped into my head? Go to the part where he says, "You're on television." That's all I could think about. So again, folks, this is my truth. I'm saying my mind is not my own. My mind's being navigated by something outside of this. It's supernatural. That's all I can tell you. And this to me is my support. So this is the scene where Christof is talking to Truman. He's ready to walk through the doorway. He's realized he's got some weird shit going on in his life. And so Christof is trying to talk Truman into staying in the Truman Show. So at this very moment right here, and I'm going right off of Amazon Prime. This is where I watched it from. There's the address right there. Exactly at 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 29 seconds, he says, "You're on television." He says, "Well, say something, goddammit. You're on television. You're live in front of the whole world." And when he said "you're on television," there's his lips ready to say "you're." This was the timestamp. And so I added it up, like I often do, and it totals the number 64. And I bring that right into alchemy, ladies and gentlemen. And here's the comedy. And if you actually think that the producers and the screenplay writers that wrote this, they actually got this just like this to try to screw you over and mock you, or try to pull the past one on you, all right? Or even think that they actually had the conscious ability to program it like this, I want to know what you're smoking. Send me some. That was my humor. But this is it right here. This is how comical, this is how scripted our reality is. You tie it into alchemy, you get this. Not only is it the 64th element matching the total timestamp added up, but it's the GD element. This is what the Jews, some of the Jews in Judaism, they spell it G-D. They take the O out. And it's gadolinium. Gadolinium in numerology equals 35. That's the same as simulation. The same thing. Here it is right here. Gadolinium. 35, which is the same as the word simulation. Okay? So you're on television. This is the icon the Royal Society of Chemistry uses to represent this. And why? Because they say in the description, the image reflects the past use of this element on television screens. So are they trying to screw you over? Are they lying to you? Or did they really use gadolinium? I mean, I researched it. It looks the hell a lot like this is absolute truth. And then you get your genetic DNA code, 64 squares on a chessboard. That's why the square chessboard's not evil, ladies and gentlemen. It has nothing to do with any secret society. They just use it. This is absolute. I mean, you can't get any more crystal clear here of what I'm showing you to support. And again, I'm not saying prove, because you got to believe it. I'm not here to force you. This is just one example of so many that I've shown over and over. And then I have this right here. You're on television. And when you say that, it's 73. 73 is the 21st prime number, and 21 when you bring the tarot into it. I mean, this is what we're in. You go down into the world, the portal. You get the 4 fixed signs of astrology. If you like theology, you're going to get Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the 4 main gospels. That all tell the story of the Christ. Remember that. The story of the Christ is told by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. How about that? A coincidence that is in Ezekiel 1 verses 10 talks about the ox, lion, eagle, man, which is Scorpio, Leo, Taurus, and Aquarius. How about that? Yeah, coincidence? Or how about just perfect source code synchronization? And then when you take the 73 and 21, I mean, if you add it up, you're going to get 94, which is plutonium. We can talk about that, but the plutonium is tied to Lucifer, the light bringer. What do you think creates the motion picture? The light. And then when you take the element tantalum, matching the 73, this is going to be isotope 181. They're going to round this up. So there are many ways you can look at it as the 180 or the 181. And then the 21 being the prime of the 73, it's scandium. And this is going to be isotope 45. You add up 181 and 45, you know what you're going to get? 226. What's 226? Freaking 88. And there's your 88, ladies and gentlemen. You're on television. Yeah, because 88's tied to time travel. What happened? Spirit travels down into the universe and it plays out the game called life through the motion picture. Why do you think it's called a motion picture? Because it's moving pictures. Rush and the limelight, living in the limelight. It's just so obvious. I got so much more to show the world, but I'm not trying to keep tabs. To be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, like I had people, and these are beautiful things. People say like, oh, you should have 1 million subscribers or 100. I honestly don't care. I don't monetize my channel because I hate commercials. So when you're watching a decode and you're halfway in and the commercial pops up, it's like, what the hell? So I don't want to do that to you because I don't like that shit. They're trying to learn and then something pops up. Now, if something does pop up, it's because sometimes the music, they end up, it's a copyright and I like my music. So, but on the decodes, typically, I try to use songs like when I did the Hotel Capricorn decoded, I used a cool version from this little 6-year-old girl from Asia that sang the song and played all the instruments. Amazing, because I tried to upload it with the Eagles instrumental version and it just wouldn't let anybody see it. So I had to redo the whole thing, re-render it and whatever, but lesson learned. The song Jessica, Decode Limelight, I have. I have it buried somewhere in one of my decodes. I do not remember where it's at, which one it's at, but I showed this on another live stream. If you take the song Rush, moving Limelight, and you go on YouTube and you go to the official Rush site for the song, and you start to look at when Geddy Lee starts singing the lyrics to this song, and when he first says living in the limelight and you do the numbers of that, folks, it's all telling you it's scripted. There's no way that they could actually write the song, write the melodies, do the harmonies, get the song exact, all the bridges and the choruses, and then get these things to come out exactly at the times they're coming out at. I'm a fool if I were to say that's true. To me, I would say I'm a fool. I don't even know what I'm talking about. That's what I say. But again, these are my truths. I'm responsible for them. Commercials are influence. That's it. That's what they are. Remember, this whole reality is based on influence. Wants your influence. That's, again, if you go and look at your life and what are the brands you buy? You probably buy the same toothpaste brand, same shoes, same clothes, same makeup. Why? Brand loyalty. These companies, I mean, I've studied marketing. Marketing's everything. These companies study marketing and the way they influence people because that's how people buy their brands. Even the cannabis you buy. Some of you are going to have strains that you like better than the other ones. That's influence. You're being influenced by the cannabis. It makes you feel a certain way. Oh, I like the way I feel in this one. So you buy it again. So the influence is the cannabis because it made you feel a certain way. When you wear a certain set of clothes, it makes you feel a certain way. When you drive a specific car, it makes you feel a certain way. Influence. And then you become an influencer of the car you drive. You're driving the Mercedes down the street, and now you got people like, damn, look at that Mercedes. And now they just got influenced by you. You become a middleman. You don't even know it. But it's all Mandelbrot set. It's just, this reality is freaking amazing. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Have I done a decode on Hendrix? No, I have not done a. Let me just look. I'll tell you what Hendrix is on the fly. I haven't looked into him. I honestly, this is me now. I know a lot of you that are guitar players, and I never liked Hendrix. I didn't think he was that good. If I compare him to Joe Satriani, he's got nothing on Satriani. Nothing. He bores me compared to, or Steve Vai. Those guys smoke him. November 27th, Jimi Hendrix. That's his birthday. November 27th is the Six of Hearts. And we just talked about the Six of Hearts. Six of Hearts. And he's, creating the nostalgia. Angela, Logan 19, Witch 19. Maybe you were a warlock in past life. Maybe. It's possible. The word battery equals 19. It's the 1 and the 9. When you separate them apart from one another, they form the yin yang. They form the anode, cathode, the battery. Without the 1 or the 9, you get no numbers in between. So they're kind of like, that's why battery is 19. That's why the sun card is 19. But I don't know exactly what I was in a past life, if there even is such a thing. We believe in these constructs. I think so. Can't see it any other way. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, you're exactly where you need to be right now. Your code. You're supposed to be playing this code right now. And again, I had postulated, we talked about this earlier, would you want to be a homeless man? Well, maybe you didn't level up in your past life and you are getting what you deserve. If you want to check out a really disturbing video, if you want to see a video that may perhaps show you what hell looks like, go to YouTube and type in Zombies of Nairobi. Zombies of Nairobi. Just go watch that. And that just reminds you, if there is such a thing as leveling up or leveling down in this reality, and you level down, that would be hell. Having to live through that kind of life existence? No, thank you. Queen of Hearts are great, man. Queen of Hearts are the Queen of Dreams. Card number 12. Queen of Hearts. Those of you that are Queen of Hearts people. All right? It's the card of dreams. This one. This is, and then they did the Alice in Wonderland where it was off with her head and they treated it as the Queen of Hearts was, this evil thing. But the Queen of Hearts being the 12th card in the deck, you're going to look and see what you do with my methodology, which is going to start to catch on. Trust me, it will, because it's important. I'm saying that because I want all of you to get this. But this is going to link to Pisces. This card is the card of dreams. Pisces is the sign of dreams, the mystical Pisces, the watery two fish. We're having a dream. Life is but a dream. 12's tied to the element magnesium. Go look at what the icon is on the Royal Society of Chemistry to represent magnesium. It's a freaking eye observing you. Queen of Hearts, man. Beautiful energy. The Queen of Love. You get the King of Hearts, King of Love. It's like the family man. It's a great trait to have. Some of these King of Hearts, some of these Queen of Heart traits. The Two of Hearts is going to be a card of communion. Okay? The Two of Hearts. Let me show you that. So remember, the hearts in the cards of illumination represent fire. But in the tarot, it's going to be different. Before the system I learned, these came first. These have been around since the 14th, 15th century. The tarot hasn't. A lot longer. Newer. Doesn't mean that they're wrong, right? Because I love the tarot, but I'm saying is like you can interchange these cards any way you want, but the Two of Hearts is the person who wants to form a communion. And the communion starts with a relationship that's accepted. Where the hell is this card? I gotta go through all these cards trying to find it. I'm not having that great a success tonight, getting them right away. Watch it be a... No, I missed it. Two of Hearts. Give me a second, folks. Bear with me. Read the comment section. I'm just not seeing it. No, it's 3. Oh, there it is. Okay. So the Two of Hearts, those of you that are Two of Hearts, you're going to be somewhere, towards the fall in the Tropic of Cancer. You're going to be somewhere, some October, November, December. It's going to be wintertime in the Tropic of Cancer. The Two of Hearts, not many of them, but it becomes the Two of Cups, and you see the communion. This card right here is the co-card of the Ace of Clubs. This one. These two cards go together. And these two cards right here is what the Pope has, Pope Francis. He's got these two cards as his birth cards. And what he's doing is he is taking his 1.3 billion followers and he's now making a new contract. Now that's how you read that. I decoded the Pope through the methodology that I use. So it's the twos, obviously the twos are very powerful cards because it's yin yang. Any Two of Spades, Two of Hearts, Two of Diamonds, Two of Clubs. Two of Clubs, guess who has that for his birth card? Elon Musk. Two of Clubs. Those of you that are Two of Clubs people. I showed it with Elon Musk. What did he incarnate for? Maybe he's a freaking clone. But it doesn't matter. He's still out there doing his whatever he's doing. And again, I'm just having fun with this because I'm just purely speculating. I'm not saying it's true. I could never say that. I just love how people say, yeah, they're a Mason. And I'm like, do you know them? Do you hang out with that person? No, you don't. So you're just guessing, right? So maybe say, well, it's my opinion. I think they're a Mason and this is the reason why. And who gives a shit if they are? But anyway, Elon Musk, there you go. Two of Clubs. Two of Wands. What do you think he's doing right there? He's got the world in the palm of his hands. He's standing between two wands, which is the Ark of the Covenant. The sun and the moon represent a wand on each side. And he's got the world in the palm of his hands. And he's like, okay, what am I going to drop here? What am I doing? This is the forecaster. Well, what do you think Elon Musk came here to do? Change the world. He's got Occupy. It's so ridiculous. He wears the Occupy Mars shirt all the time. He's got in his astrological chart, he's got Mars in Aquarius. Hello, we're in the age of Aquarius. Why do you think he's got Occupy Mars? So then you gotta say, okay, well, what does Mars mean? Or are we going to go there? Or are they just bringing a masculine energy into the age of Aquarius? Does it mean like that on an allegorical release here? versus something like we're really going to leave the firmament, and however that looks. See, I think people have. I know a lot of the big consensus is that nobody's left, and I think people have left. There's stargates, and they can go in and out. Ships, maybe not. I don't know, but there's a lot of guessing going on. People just like, and why do people, see, people love saying, wow, yeah, that didn't happen. And you got no freaking proof just other than your opinion. And that's you trying to be right. And guess what? We all do it, myself included. So I'm not immune to the stuff I'm saying. I'm looking right in the mirror, right at you, talking to myself. I'm no better than anybody here. I'm doing my job. You're doing your job. I have my beliefs. You have your beliefs, and that's it. And I don't need to cause any division. I don't care. I'm all about offense. I want to score as many points as I can during this lifetime. I'm not interested in defending my position, because when you defend, you do not put points on the board. Why is there 11 men on offense and 11 men on defense on the football field? Why they chose the 11-11? How come not 12 and 12? I mean, you're going to get into the concepts of the structures of these offenses and defenses, but it doesn't matter. Why 11-11? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I will pull a card, but I'm not doing card pulls tonight for everybody because I will never get to everybody. And last time I did it, people got all bitchy about it. Some people that didn't get any, and I have a conscience, so I decided I'm not going to do like straight up card pulls for people anymore, because I may end up doing it again, but I'll do a collective card. So if you're going to stick around, I'm going to be here for maybe another half hour. I think I'm going to go with this one, and I'm going to do the collective card pull. Okay. So if you want to join in on that, the collective card pull with the tarot is I usually pull 3 cards looking at, 3 different possibilities of this timeline, and we let the cards speak. There's stargates, question mark. Maybe. I can't prove it. So it's an opinion of mine. I own that. Stargates are an opinion of mine. I've never seen one, never touched one, never been through one. So I don't know. But I think they exist. But I have nothing to support it past that. That's me being authentic. Yep, I remember the movie Stargate. It was in the 80s, wasn't it? Something like that. Can you do a November 20th decode? What's tomorrow? That's today in some parts of the world. Well, I don't want to start doing personal decodes because then everybody's going to want me to do it. And it's just really challenging to get everybody done. But if I randomly pick you, well, it was supposed to be that way. But yeah, tomorrow is some people in parts of the world, it's the King of Hearts. So the King of Hearts, those of you that have the King of Hearts, what a beautiful energy you got. I know some King of Hearts. Card 13. So when people say, well, 13's evil. Well, this card says it's not, because it's the King of Love. It's the family man wanting to do everything to be that King of Love as much as possible. King of Hearts. So if you go read about it, but I mean, it's straight up. Just simplify your life. King of Hearts, the King of Love. Does it mean everybody with the King of Hearts is going to be lovey-dovey and be the King of Hearts like the way it's supposed to be? No. Doesn't mean you're just going to fit into that box and that's it. Call it a day. There are going to be some people that are living out the King of Hearts that are living out a side of service to self. And they end up living out a King of Hearts where they love their ego. They service their ego. They love it. King of love towards their ego. Then there will be people that will be service to others. The King of Hearts, service to others. They'll service that side of the yin yang. That's for every card, folks. And then in the tarot, the King of Hearts, is the King of Cups, and that's card number 50, 49 or 50. In God We Trust equals 50. 50 is tied to XRP. 50 tied to the element tin. XRP has the symbol that looks just like the alchemical representation of tin. In God We Trust is 50. It's pretty interesting. But the King of Hearts is also tied to the Death card because it's the 13th card, and the 13th card in the major arcana is the Death card. So fire, this is a fire card, right? So we have to take all these layers into consider. I do anyway. I shouldn't say we all. I take all these layers into consideration when I decode, and then I dump into mathematics, prime numbers. What composite number is it? What's the sine and cosine wave? What kind of energy frequency is it giving off? Trigonometry. Then we get into sacred geometry. Is it tied to any trigonal shapes? And there's so many facets to this, folks. It's endless. But when you start to see the patterns and you know the numbers by heart, and it becomes easier, of course, it's like playing a musical instrument, anything. But then you start to see, like, my birthday is tied to this, it's tied to this, so da-da-da-da-da. And, like, if you look at the 12 zodiac signs, I'll go through all these for all of you right now, those of you. If you're in Aries, sign number 1, ruled by Mars. It's the Magician card. I can't get them all out because there's no way I'm going to be able to find them all. But Mars means the magician, the masculine. All of you come out into the womb. The first layers of magic that you create through the sign of Aries, you cry as a baby, probably, because you see light for the first time. You've been in the darkness for 9 months. That's your first set of magic. The magic you speak is probably crying. And the Aries is the sign of the alchemical element of hydrogen. How powerful hydrogen is. Big shout out to Greg, the hydrogen man. If you've seen my podcast on my Cosmic Sugar YouTube channel, broke it all down, man. A holy hydrogen. So you Arians, hydrogen, 1.008, magician, fire. Then you go into Taurus, ruled by the Lordess is Venus. Now you get into the feminine. So you have the masculine and the feminine, the 1 and the 2 position. Why is Venus got the second position? Because you women can procreate. I can't as a dude. Can't get pregnant. So women get the nod in the second position. It's the high priestess. It's the oracle. Taurus is the bull, the steady bull. So the Arians drop the seed of fire, the idea, and then Taurus goes out and plows the fields. They go work for it. They're the CEOs. They form the structure. Those of you that are 2 birthdays, high priestess, the oracle, and it's the element helium. 4.003. And what's really fascinating about 1 and 2, Aries and Taurus, is hydrogen and helium primarily is what the makeup of the sun is. And then you're going to get into the bull god and the bull's eye, Taurus, and then you're going to get into the star sign Aldebaran, the brightest star in Taurus. These are all things to take into consideration. Then you get into the Nakshakras and Rohini. Those of you that are born in Taurus, you got to look at your Nakshakras, and the fourth Nakshatra for Taurus is called Rohini. It was the favorite consort of the moon, the wife. It's where Brahma is from. Brahma runs the 4th Nakshatra, called Rohini. Brahma is the creator god in the Hinduism text. Brahma equals 15. Same as phosphorus. It's the devil card. It's tied to helium. It's tied to nitrogen and oxygen, excuse me. And then you get into the number 3. Those of you that are born under the sign of Gemini. Gemini equals 19 in numerology. Gemini has the prison bars. Gemini is the 2 twins representing the yin and yang inside you, representing your brain. Then 69 is right there on your left and right hemisphere of your brain. Gemini, the 2 twins, ruled by Mercury, the caduceus, the 2 serpents. Castor and Pollux are the Greek mythology stories. But go study Castor and Pollux, folks. 3 is lithium. Those of you that are born on the sign of Gemini, have a sun sign, moon sign, whatever lithium. They treat brain disorders with lithium. If you correlate that with what I'm saying, the prison, being in the prison planet, Gemini, tied to the number 3. 3 is 3.14 pi. You bring it into mathematics. but it's lithium. Those of you that have Gemini, moving into Cancer. Number 4 now. Number 3, Gemini, you have the Empress card in the major arcana, the Empress, and she likes to give birth to things. Okay? She likes to give birth to things through the yin yang, and the Trinity and the tetrahedron is going to be that shape for the number 3. Then you get into the number 4 and you get into the King, the Emperor. And the King takes his orders from the Queen. I know, like, I can be, you ladies run the show. I told you it's the male chasing the ass. I mean, that's just the funny part about, for me anyway, that's how I like to just make it comical. Male chasing the female. And that's the game. The game needs players. But anyway, it's the King and the Queen, side by side, the Empress and the Emperor of the tarot. And the number 4 is called Cancer. Why did they name it Cancer? And why is a very big disease on the world stage is called cancer? Cancer being tied to the moon. The Lord of Cancer is the moon. And that element's going to be beryllium. If you're born in the 4th, like myself, this is going to be tied to your life. Beryllium's weight is 9.012. 9 as its average, right? If you separate 9.0, so it's a 9. And beryllium represents the box, the cube, the square, the rose. If you break it all the way down. 4 corners of the earth, the Gog and the Magog, the north, south, east, and west. Those are the 4s. You move into the number 5. 5, those of you that are Leos. Well, most of you probably the Leos like to get attention. They're the lion or lionesses. Not every one of them. But see, again, this is where you got to get rid of your faulty This is a big example for you Leos. The heat of the summer, the dog days of summer. In the Tropic of Cancer, it's going to be hot. Expansion. In the Tropic of Capricorn, it's going to be cold, and it's going to be contraction. It's going to be breathe in, breathe out. Wax on, wax off. Leo and Aquarius are the epitome of the coldest and the hottest. Breathe in, breathe out. That's what the cosmos does. That's what we do. So this is a very perfect example. The 5, you Leos, okay? A lot of Leos like to be in the limelight. You're designed to roar. You're designed to be extrovert. You're a fire sign. In the Chinese, it's the dragon, the most revered animal in all Chinese culture. And the 5 looks a hell of a lot like the letter S, which is the 19th letter in the alphabet, which represents the word sin and sun and sine wave, which is where the dollar bill gets its symbol from. The serpent, the snake, the sun devil. The sun. That's why the dragon is so powerful. The dragon in Chinese usually looks like the letter S. But the element that represents you guys and gals, you Leos, it's the element boron. It's an essential element for the body. Boron is where you get borax and the mule team. How many mules were there? Be another clue there. And then you have boron having a weight of 10.81 or rounding up to the 11. The isotope number 11. And you get the 11.5. Boron having 5 protons, having a weight of 11 as its isotope. And now you get into putting alchemy into astrology and the 5th sign of Leo across the way forming a symbiotic relationship, just like a lot of you out there, the Aquarius house number 11. I'm going to get to that one in a minute, but there's a symbiotic relationship with Leo and Aquarius. There's a symbiotic relationship with Cancer and Capricorn, and Gemini and Sagittarius, and Taurus and Scorpio, and Aries and Libra. So 5 is going to be the Hierophant for the Leos, the boss. It's the sun coming down into physical matter and becoming the Pope. The card on the 5th card in the major arcana, the Hierophant, is the representation of the Pope. And you're going to have a 5th house in your astrology, so you want to know what kind of energy is there. What kind of boss do you show up as? You're going to be a dictator in your own reality. How you show up in life. Here it is, 5. Leo. This represents Leo. Why? Because the Pope is the personification of the sun slowed down into physical matter called carbon. And now he's got the say-so of the church. That's why Jesus said, I'm going to send my angel down to the church. Well, this becomes Peter. And Leo's ruled by the sun, 5s. And 5 is the busiest number in the entire catalog of numbers. 5 life path, If you're a 5 birthday, if you have a 5 of hearts as a card, 5 of clubs. 5 of clubs, restless mind. 5 of hearts, restless heart. You're designed to not sit still. The busybodies, 5s. That's why Leo is a fire sign, and it's typically denoted as an extrovert sign. Moving it to the number 6th spot, and now you get into your Virgos. The snake in the Chinese zodiac. That's right, you Virgos, you're the snake. Virgo is got 6 protons, and the weight of Virgo is 12. 12.011 is the average, 12 is the isotope, 6. And that's going to be in a symbiotic relationship with Pisces across the way. And this is obviously no new news. The Christ was born of a virgin, and Virgo's the virgin, so there's his birth. And the brightest star in the sign of Pisces is Spica, or Spica. You can go research that. I broke that down in one of my decodes. And then across the way is the sign of Pisces, and Jesus was a fisher of men, and Pisces is the 2 fish. Hello, it's kind of a no-brainer, which represents your brain. So the Christ fishing for people. Like, I'm going to go fishing. Are you somebody who is a catcher and release kind of person, or do you actually keep your fish to eat them? Is that how this universe works? Are we being fished out of the universe and like, I'm going to throw that one back? Or are you a keeper? Or are you going to be stuffed on somebody's wall? You know, these are all the fun things that I look at. So 6 and being Virgo, you Virgos, the OCD of the zodiac, the one that wants to perfect everything, the last day of creation. 6. So 6 in mathematics, bring mathematics into theology. Why is 6 the last day of creation? Because the first perfect number in mathematics is the number 6. That's why. To strengthen that story. 6 is tied to the third eye, which has only got 2 petals, representing the yin yang of your pineal gland. And then here's the tarot card for you Virgos. The lovers. There's Adam and Eve for you, and the Godhead right behind it. These are heavily based on Jewish mysticism, these cards. So you're going to get into Aramaic and Hebrew, and then that'll be traced back to Phoenicia and Samaria and however far back goes beyond that. But those of you Virgos, and you're going to be carbon. So think about it. Carbon is the 6th element on the periodic table. Virgo is the 6th zodiac sign. Jesus was born of a virgin. And the 6th card is the lover's card. And there's the man and wife. There's the Adam and Eve. And we represent carbon. Say it isn't so. Yeah. Are you serious, Logan? I am dead serious. Those of you that are Virgos, you got the lover's card. And lovers in astrology, your 6th house represents your family. It represents your health. I say it represents your legacy. What you came here to do to leave your legacy behind. Some of you came here to leave a family legacy behind. Some of you may have incarnated to just pump kids out, and those kids will grow up to leave legacies behind. Your job was just to be a mom. I shouldn't say just to be. Your job was to be a mom. That's what you incarnated for. To get pregnant, pop a kid out, and the kid's going to become a superstar somewhere on the world stage. That was your job. It's kind of cool if you look at it that way. That's all Virgo. The last day of creation. Third eye, 2 petals. Your element is carbon. And then you go into the 7th sign called Libra. Now, I have been mispronouncing this since I've been doing astrology. So I stand corrected. See, this is where I can authentically say I was wrong. In the context of what the proper pronunciation of Libra is. I was always saying Libra, but it's not pronounced that way. It's called Libra. Now, you can say it both ways. So again, I'm not saying that Libra is the absolute way to say Libra. But now I stand corrected. And if you separate Libra, the syllables that make up the word, Lib and Ra, Lib-Ra. Now you get into the sun god Ra. Why would that be the way it is? Because Libra is the 7th sign, and the 7 is the scales. So those of you that are born in Libra, your foundation is to balance the world out. This is going to represent the crown chakra. It will also represent the heart chakra. But you're here to balance the world out. So you got to, and those of you that don't have Libra as your birth sign, you still will have Libra somewhere in your zodiac sign that represents your eyeball. So you got to look inside the 7th sign and see, okay, what's there? That right there is typically, classically, the sign or the house of your marriage and partnerships. This will include business partnerships, romantic partnerships. Not like the 5th house. The 5th house, the Leo, that can be represented as a house of sex. I didn't say that, but your sexual urges, drivers, because Leo is the personification of the sun. So it's a alpha. Your alpha is 5. You're 5. And then Libra is more of the charismatic, got a lot of flair. I did a, let me see if I can find it here. Let me look and see if I have this here, folks. I don't, so. But anyway, the White House in Washington, D.C., on the top of the White House, on the 4 pillars in the front, it has a triangle there. That's the divine triangle. Well, the constellation Libra fits right over that White House, the triangle, because that's the shape of the Libra constellation. And then it has the 2 scales hanging down from the triangle. So those of you that are Libras, rejoice, man. You're tied to the White House. If you look at the White House broke ground. They broke ground in 1800 on November 1st. I looked up the zodiac wheel. So it's Libra. Where it was and all the planets, and you got to look at all the placements. I mean, I know November is not Libra, but Scorpio / Virgo or Libra / Scorpio. Yeah, it will be Libra in the Vedic. I can't remember how it was because I don't remember. I already looked at the chart a few times. So yeah, you're right. What am I saying? It can be Libra, November. November 1st can still be Libra in the sign, in the sidereal astrology wheel. So 7's going to be your element of nitrogen. The weight of nitrogen, 14.003. That's going to be 143. That's going to be a permutation of pi, meaning a number anagram. Pi is in there, 3.14, 14.003. Nitrogen. Nitrogen is the primary air we breathe. About 79% of the air we breathe is made up of nitrogen, according to what science says. I have no way to prove that. I haven't tested it on my own, so I'm strictly just regurgitating information. And then oxygen's 21% or 20%, and then you have argon in there and some other ones that make up a trace amount. So Libra, this is important. Libra having the dominant air that we breathe, being the scales of justice, here to balance out the world. And 7, if you have a 7 life path, you're here to be the analyst. Your spirit, not your ego. Your spirit incarnated, the job of the soul, your spirit, your avatar, to come in here is to analyze and be the critic of the world. The mystical critic. That's what your job is. Your job is to look at things in this world and figure out what's working and what's broken. Okay? And you're going to do that through the different archetypes. You could walk into a church, you can become part of an organization of a church, and your job is to go in there and figure out what's working and what's not. If you're really a 7 life path, if you own that space, and then you got to look at a lot of the other areas in your life, what's in your Libra house. I mean, if you're strong Libra, you're a great analyst, man. I mean, you're born to analyze things. So own that space. I mean, I have Libra as my rising sign. So I'm an analyst. I mean, what do you think I'm doing with my research? Then we get into the house number 8, those of you that are Scorpios. And you don't have to be born in Scorpio. Again, you could have I have Scorpio rising in my Western astrology. And I behave a lot like the Scorpio energy. I mean, the Scorpio is really kind of the sign that defines the occult. If you go and watch the show Lucifer on Netflix, the guy they casted to play Lucifer, his name's Thomas John Ellis. Well, he was born on November 17th. Well, you know what sign that's in? Scorpio. And his position on the world stage when he starts to join that show, he becomes part of the Los Angeles Police Department. He works with the detective. So now he's fighting crime. Well, isn't that kind of ironic because he's supposed to be the guy who's creating the crime? They get it pegged a different way. So for those of you that are Scorpios in the 8th sign, 8 meaning the Taurus field, 8 meaning power. Coming here if you have an 8 life path, you're here to deal with a great deal of power. And you can use either way. Again, you pick what you want to do. What do you resonate in your gut with? Some people resonate, they want to be evil. And then we just like, oh, I don't want to be like that. Cool, then go be you. But some people enjoy being that. Some people, I believe some people incarnated to be that kind of way. But anyway, 8 is dealing with power, Scorpio. Scorpio representing the coccyx bone, the tailbone, that's the stinger of Scorpio. Across the way from Scorpio is the symbiotic relationship with Taurus. Taurus has got the bull horns, the devil horns, and now you have the devil horns and then the devil tail with Scorpio right across the way. 82. And the reversal is 28. Lucifer is 28. So you're going to get the aspects of where the devil comes into this. In these contexts. Scorpios are designed to study the machinations of this world. They want to know how it works. The trick is, what are you going to use it for? And then your element is oxygen. You see, oxygen oxidizes things. Yes, it gives you life because we breathe it. They put the mask over you. If you go on a stretcher or whatever, they put the... But if you take sunlight and you combine it with the air and the proper air and stuff like that, and you some of you have paint on your cars, and the paint is oxidizing. How does that happen? Because it's the sun combining with the oxygen. And there's other layers that are involved as well. That's how destructive the sun can be. Oxygen, number 8. And your weight is 15.995. Rounded up, it's going to be isotope 16. So it'll be a 15, 16. All numbers are going to do this. They're going to pair up. 15 and 16. 15 is the devil card. I mean, how convenient that the devil card in the tarot is the 15th card. And the weight of oxygen is 15. Oxygen oxidizes, which ruins things. You see the connection? When you bring alchemy and the tarot into this, it's beautiful. We can't get mad at this. Because, I mean, I'm a Scorpio rising. What am I going to do? Are you going to call me the devil? I say everybody's a devil. Be the best little devil you can be. Because everybody's got Scorpio inside of their zodiac signs. That's the 8. And then you get into the number 9, the last number. 9. Those of you who have 9 life paths, you're the humanitarians. You don't want to pair up with a life path number 8 because they're the ones that are going to control the power, and you can earn some, you can be philanthropy, you can earn some, you have a lot of power, the number 8. Powerhouses. So this is what I'm saying about knowing your life path, knowing your code, and then saying, okay, now I want to go choose somebody to run my business. What do I want? What kind of life path am I looking for? It's like going up to get a burrito. You go get a burrito and you're walking through the line and you're like, okay, I'll have some lettuce and give me extra lettuce and I'll take a little bit of this. And that's what you're doing. You're baking your cake. So the 9 life path is tied to Sagittarius. And if you have Sagittarius in your zodiac sign in certain perspectives, in certain houses, it can make you a traveler. Because, Sagittarius is, of course, the 9 is ruled by Jupiter. I forgot to mention, if you go back to number 8, you have Mars as your ruler, and then the new age, and we use that term lightly, the newer model is Pluto. Okay? The destroyer. So, I mean, think about it. The devil, the destroyer, Pluto, the destroyer. I got some information on Pluto I'm going to share with you in just a second. But the number 9 is the humanitarian. So again, Sagittarius, the bohemian, and it's the hermit card. There it is. So this card fits in the 9th house of Sagittarius. It rules the house of Sagittarius. And it's the smartest card in the deck. Why? Because why does Jupiter get to be the biggest planet and the Hermit gets to be the smartest? Because you can obviously see the connection. So this runs your higher mind. That's why it's the smartest card in the deck. So if you have a lot of energy in the 9th house, well, you're probably going to be somebody who really wants, and depending on what kind of energy is there, you're probably drawn towards reading and educating because you want to feed this card. Jupiter wants to expand. And then if you use the alchemical element for that house, it's going to be the element fluorine. 9 protons, the weight is 18.998. It's going to round up to isotope 19. And it will become an apex predator after that. Saturn's magic square goes and uses the numbers 1 through 9. So 9 is like the endings and completion. It's the repeater number. That's why all the numerology ciphers, they all will have their own truth eventually, because it's of the number 9. You see, once you put the number 9 after any number, it repeats it. 49 becomes 13. 1 plus 3 is 4. So the 9 repeats the 4. That's how beautiful the 9 is. So you Sagittarians, you have the element fluorine, the 18 and 19, Jupiter, the Hermit card, etc., etc. And you form a symbiotic relationship with Gemini, the two twins, Castor and Pollux, the element lithium. Think about it. Your higher mind is the 9th house of Sagittarius, and the lower house is house number 3, representing your lower mind, and the lower mind is represented by lithium, which they use for brain disorders. Doesn't get any more obvious than that. Then we get into house number 10. Those of you that are Capricorns, the sea goat, ruled by Kronos, aka Saturn. I like to call it Kronos because that's the earlier rendition of the actual terminology of what's representing that. Kronos with a K. Kronos in the Greek numerology cipher is 96. Pretty interesting. But Kronos is represented, and you Capricorns are represented towards, or you represent money. You represent being a boss. What the hell is it? Capricorns are bosses. They're CEOs. You see, I've studied enough Capricorns. I have 2 best friends, both of them born on the 14th of January, both King of Diamonds, both highly successful, both extremely intelligent, both own the space of being a Capricorn. Straight up. Incarnated to really be a boss, and they love it. And who am I to go and say, you know what, you're not spiritual enough. You're not studying what I got. So you're doing it wrong. How dare you do it like that? Why are you doing that? You're doing this. It's like, you see, that's us, and that's what we do as human beings. We just try to be right. And it's like, man, he's just trying to be a freaking Capricorn. Leave the dude alone. Or she's just trying to be a Capricorn. Don't be jealous because you got a boss there. Where is my my Wheel of Fortune? All right, I can't seem to find the card. So anyway, Wheel of Fortune, Capricorn. The element for the number 10th house and Capricorn is going to be neon. Neon is going to be 19.992. It's going to round up to isotope 20. So you get 19 and 20. And 19 and 20 is 39. And Lucifer, through the original Greek numerology, is 39. 75, 39, 12, but it's going to be 39. That 39 is going to fit into the weight added up with neon. Okay, so there is a connection there between Saturn, Satan, Lucifer, the light bringer, the Lord of the Rings, Capricorn. Then you have number 11, and you have Aquarius. We talked about that earlier. It's going to be justice. This is a really kind of cool one. I'm being a little biased maybe because I'll have a lot of energy in Aquarius. But the 11th house is going to be justice. So if you're an Aquarian, it's your time to stand up and create this. If you resonate with it. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do. It's going to do it with or without my say. Again, my job as a tour guide, I'm going to show you how this reality works. I'm going to show you all the rides. I'm not going to tell you what rides to get on. That's not my job. But Aquarians are supposed to be the justice. That's why people think we're moving towards the golden age. Maybe. See, I say if Pisces is sign number 12, and we're moving counterclockwise, that means that Aquarius would be the first house. I know it'll be interchangeable with Aries, but we move backwards as we move through the ages. So Pisces is the 12th sign, the 12th house. So you can't go from 12 to 11. You can go backwards if you wanted to, but what makes more sense? Going towards the 12 and now we're going to start over? We're going to go into number 1. So we may start at Aquarius, which is the house of the man, the water bearer. In the Chinese, you know what it's going to be? The dog. It's the house of the dog. Dog is the G-O-D spelled backwards. And again, across the way from Aquarius is Leo the lion and the star Regulus. And there's a sickle in there. If you know what the sickle is, tied to the harvest. And it's ruled by the sun and the dragon. So you have a symbiotic relationship with this age of Aquarius and the age of Leo. And for those of you that are Aquarians, you're going to be Justice card. Your element's going to be the element sodium. Sodium's going to have a weight of 22.99. That's going to round up to 23. And then just like that, you'll get into the number 23 that we talked about, tied to the word pineal, tied to the word moon, tied to the word Mercury, tied to the word blood, tied to the word history, all in the same Chaldean cipher. Sodium. Jesus says, ye are the salt of the earth. Sodium has 11 protons. The word brain equals 11. You see? See how it's and that's just using Chaldean. That's how tightly it's scripted this is. So maybe, just maybe, we start over in Aquarius, not go from the ending of Pisces. The ending of Pisces, we go into the beginning of Aquarius. And then Aquarius goes to Capricorn. Then Capricorn goes to Sag. And it goes all the way around. And you start over again. Maybe, just maybe, that's how it works. But anyway, those of you that are Aquarians, sodium's going to be your element. And then the last but not least is those of you that are Pisces. Sign 12. Pisces being the hangman. You have no choice. When you get to the number 12, it's the very end. You go into the 13, you go into the middle, the pupil. You go into the black sun. You leave the 12 tribes of Judah, you go into the black sun. That's where the Christ is going to be. That's why the Christ is you. If you take the Last Supper and the Passover, Jesus is in the middle. Well, the 12 apostles, that's the iris of your eye. Jesus would be the pupil. That's why he's wearing red and blue. And you become the Jesus Christ Superstar. All of you are having the Jesus Christ Superstar experience. That's why they have a Broadway play. And see, it doesn't matter if it was real or not. If he was a real guy named Jesus, I wasn't there. There's no way to prove it. The idea makes it real. But we're all the Jesus Christ Superstar. And it's the pupil and iris, that equals 33. That's what you're the Christ. And you have a crown of thorns. If you look at your eye in the mirror, go away from this when I get done telling you this. Go look in the mirror, get some real good light in there, and you're going to see around your pupil, there's going to be a crown of thorns. And every single one of you, you're going to have all this jagged, it's the crown of thorns. That supports that we are the Christ, having the Christ experience. And those are the 12 zodiac signs, folks. That was my long-winded, long-ass explanation of the 12 zodiac signs. Bam! Okay, there we go. My first one of the night. But all of you are amazing. There are no winners or losers in this game. Everybody's playing out their part. That's it. That's it. You're just playing out your experience. But you see, you need the proper instruction manual to play out your experience. Some of you don't have that. I mean, hell, all the studying I've done on myself, there's information out there that's endless, bottomless. I can keep reading about who I am. You get the Briggs-Myers personality type. You get the Enneagram. You got the human gene keys. You got the human design system. You got the Mayan astrology. You got the tropical astrology. You got the sidereal astrology. I mean, you got the color tests. It's ridiculous how many freaking things there are to play around with. But if you're willing to look at them all and then bake your cake without missing any of them, you have a much better tasting cake than somebody else. Because now you're not missing any pieces. You're not missing any ingredients. Then when you have that cake and you bake it and you come into this world, then you can look in and observe your world and say, I'm ready to go kick ass. And I'm not going to have any resistance in my life because I'm going to shut off the outside world. I'm going to shut off the static because that's a distraction. Now, if you're somebody who has to go into the world and, play the game and you want to play the game, maybe you want to play the game. Know what you're dealing with. That's why, if I was a boss at a company, if I was a boss and I had 100 employees, I would know exactly how that employee shows up. Their birthdays, their cards, their astrology maps. I would be teaching this at the freaking companies. I've done it on smaller scales for some friends. There are people that do it. Because people are put into positions at their jobs that they're not supposed to be put into. And they'll just go along with it because they're getting a paycheck and it's pretty good. And it's better than their last job. But man, they're not supposed to be in that freaking position. Briggs Myers is awesome. All right, so let's get back into some of your questions. God, that was like a long-ass tangent, long-ass rant, long-ass piece of information, all 12 zodiac signs. Appreciate all the comments. All you are amazing. I'm sending out a ton of Mexican love from the Caribbean. That's where I'm at. Have I made any decodes about the supernatural? No, I haven't. Let me see. I had this down pat. And yeah, it's 46. So supernatural is 46, which is the same as government. The word government equals 46. But remember 1937, 46, right? That loop. If you've been paying attention, that loop, 1937, 46. What the hell did I think of there? That's the loop that I found, the anomaly I found in pi, which I believe keeps us in the game. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about this, right? Because again, what if you never get out of the game? Now, I'm just asking you to consider what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's true. I'm asking you to consider this. What if you don't get out of this game? What if you don't have to even call it a game? What if you don't get out of this reality? And that becomes your 1 + 1 = 2. Well, then what are you going to do? See, it's a game changer. That would be information I would, if I was like somebody of like, again, the ruling class, somebody that has information you don't have, do you think that's valuable information? The most valuable. I mean, if you thought, think about it, if you were told, hey, you're just going to reincarnate, you're never going to get out of this game, this reality. You're just going to come in as a different character. That's a freaking game changer. Then you would have some serious changes going on in your life. The way you go about doing things would be completely different. Everybody here. But people don't believe that. Most people won't even consider that. But you see, when you study the source code and you start to see the things I showed you at the Truman Show, and I mean, I've got 350 videos and counting. Doing this for a lot of years. Sacrificed a lot of my life to do this, to give all that, but I'm not complaining. I am in gratitude of service to the world to do this. But I can assure you that my research is telling me loud and clear, we live inside of a movie. And you're a star in your movie. Some of you are not, though. Some of you are just extras or walk-ons, and you're okay with that. But if you're hearing this message loud and clear, and there's a chance for you to take some charge in your life and become the very best superstar you could be, wouldn't you want to take that step? I would. I am. Makes life much more enjoyable. So maybe you're hearing this message because you're like, you know what? I hate my life. My life sucks. And I work at a job I don't like. Okay, but you know what the cool part is? You know that now. And you've admitted it. That's step one. That's like the requisite to freedom, is knowing that you are a slave to the things you didn't know. Now you know, like, okay, I don't like my job. I don't like my partner. I don't like where I live. I don't like my roommates. Great, that's step number one. Now, what are you gonna do about it? Because tomorrow's not guaranteed, right? I mean, if you knew if you had a month to live, fuck, your life would be way different. You got 6 months to live, you're terminal. Wow, shit, man, my life just sped up really fast or slowed down really quick. See, it just depends. It's all in the perspective of things. All right, let's get into some of your comments. Yeah, so we can, so Jimmy Haynes says, yeah, some people's lives suck balls. Yeah, well, if your life doesn't suck balls, okay? If you got a life where you could say, yeah, well, my life doesn't suck balls. Awesome. What are you going to do about it now? It's nice to talk about it. Like I had postulated, I'm like, all these people that are on the flat earth train, that's old news, man. Okay, what are you going to do about it now? Someone formulate a freaking plan to go to the ice wall and freaking see what's beyond that. Oh, I'm not going to go do, we're not going to get, and then the excuses are going to just fly off the handle. I mean, this world doesn't get built on excuses. It gets built on the idea, and then someone puts that idea into motion. 9th house and 10th house. In astrology, the 9th house is your ideas of your higher self, tied to Jupiter, the expander, tied to the hermit, where all the ideas come from, the little voice in your head. And then that hands it off to the house number 10, all of you Capricorns, and you get the Wheel of Fortune card. Now you're spinning the wheel to determine your fate. And you move into action. That's your service to the world. 9 and 10. It's father, son. Right there. That's just how this works. And then 19 is the battery. But a lot of people that just want to talk about it, that sounds good. Oh, this is going to get me a lot of likes. Oh, put this video out because I got to tell the world it's flat. Well, okay, someone go do something about it then, please. What's the next stage? I know people, well, they're going to kill us, and I guess it's not that much. I guess it's not worth it to you then to figure out. See, it's not worth it to me. I don't want to take that chance. I don't want to go on the track. I don't like the cold. Don't care. Someone else will go do it. Not my job. No, I don't get off on that. Like I wouldn't be excited about that. I'll just watch through the lens. But some people want to do it. Well, go do it. Somebody form some organizations and go. I highly doubt if 20,000 people showed up, I highly doubt they're all going to get shot down with M16s. I highly doubt it's going to be a mass genocide. Doubt it. Yeah, I've Jay Warren, talked to Santos. Santos knows my stand on this. I've done plenty of podcasts with them on it. I've been on with David Weiss, and he thinks flat earth is literally thinks that if you don't know flat earth, you're a moron. Like he thinks if you don't know flat earth, you're spinning through earth and you're a monkey that like, what? I already knew that we're not flying through space at 6,000 miles an hour. I know that we didn't come from monkeys. I don't need to, so what I'm saying is that he has his beliefs, I have mine. And again, I think I'm right, they think they're right. All that matters is what you think is right. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, if tomorrow the government released some information and said the earth is flat, would that change your life? Would it deserve you to lose friends and have people block you and cause division in your life because you just wanted to try to be right about it? Or do you be like, okay, there's a possibility it is, and then you find out it is, and you're like, yes, I knew it. And then what are you going to do? You know what most people are going to do with that information? If that comes out 1 + 1 = 2, they're going to start fights with people. That's not winning. The majority of people that find out if the earth is flat and they finally come out and say that, there will be more people that will just want to rub it in people's faces and like, yeah, I told you so. And that's not winning, folks. It's already set up that way. It's like if it comes to be that it is another day in the books for me, it's not going to change my life. I mean, if there's something beyond the ice wall, then great. Then maybe one day I'll go there. There's plenty of places I haven't been inside the ice wall as it is. Some of you haven't even left your state and you're freaking bitching about NASA and, oh, they're telling me a lie and it's the globe and you're just, whew. All right, I got to get off that tangent. So Matt says it'll change your life. Well, if it would change your life, great. I mean, again, I'm just kind of trying to be fun here. Trying to be really fun. And give it from my perspective. And again, you don't have to agree with what I'm saying. I encourage you to go do your own research. Please don't agree with everything I say. Life would be boring if everybody believed what I said. Can you imagine going beyond the ice wall? I haven't really, to be honest with you, I haven't done the visualization on it. Like I've watched some of the videos, the helicopter, and Santos has showed me some stuff. And then I've seen some stuff, the syncretism stuff, and I've seen them, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. So the ice wall's there, but that's it. You just see ice. Nothing else. Just white. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. I mean, it gives me a chance to say, wow, that's pretty cool. But I haven't done the visualize it. Now you got to add on. You got to close your eyes and you got to visualize what do you think's beyond that. And you have to come up with an idea. Maybe you want to write a book about it. That's how books get made into movies. And then movies end up capturing the audience, and the audience creates the motion picture or creates something out of the motion picture. And next thing you know, the reality becomes a reality. So, the very reason why NASA may be in existence is they're trying to get to these places, and they need your magic to do it. If they get enough people to believe in what they're saying, they may end up creating it. Because we don't know all the machinations of how this reality works. But I do know this reality works on magic. And everybody uses it, whether you're conscious of it or not. But NASA just may, in fact, be putting out these videos and like the moon landing. And again, I wasn't there. I can't say with or without anybody telling me it's absolute that we did or did not. And you can show me all the videos in the world, like, oh, it was made in a Hollywood basement. And, I did the moon landing decoded. But I wasn't alive in 1969. July 20th is when they went there. They went in this little kind of floppy looking, if it was a car, it would be like this beaten down Chevrolet Chevette, or a Yugo or something like that. That's what they flew to the moon in, like a Yugo. And maybe they just need the energy of the world to actually do it. Enough eyeballs go on it, they use that and they transmute the energy and they put it into something, and then it ends up creating some kind of reality. I don't know. I'm just purely theorizing, kind of science fiction kind of mind going on right now, but we work in a layer of magic, folks. That's what creates this world. Magic, imagination. That's why influence is the only thing there is. That's why you buy the same toothpaste brand. That's why you buy the same bottle of water pretty much. Because you're influenced by these brands. And now you become a marketer for these brands. All of you, let's have fun with this, right? All of you probably buy the same freaking toilet paper to wipe your ass. Same brand. Okay? You buy the same brand. Why? Because it feels good. It's two-ply. It smells good. And then now you're a marketer for that company. Now you're an employee without ever getting paid, because you go to the grocery store, you grab your Kleenex toilet paper or whatever, and you get this Kleenex logo, and you're walking around with it and saying, "Look at me, I'm buying Kleenex toilet paper," and you're walking out, and you're cashing out, and people see that, and that's influence. So now you're just marketing for a company you don't even work for. You see, but we don't use our brains like that. That's what we drive your car, whatever kind of car you drive, Porsche, Mercedes, Corvette. Oh my God, that's a badass car. You're just marketing for that company. They're not even paying you for it. You paid them. You bought the damn thing, or leased it. It's just so funny, man. So hilarious. I wash my ass. It's funny. Some of you ladies would use the wipies. Okay, let's get into this real quick, right? You know who you are. And most wipies, you can't flush them down the toilet, so you got to throw them away. And where do the wipies come from? I started to study this, man. I was like, because I was really into this. I want to know how this reality really works. Because, veganism being on the planet, it's such a dominant energy now, and it's causing a lot of division, a lot of resistance, a lot of people that, like, if you're not one, they'll label, judge you, and they might not even say anything to your face. But they're thinking it when they go into the restaurant and they're looking at your plate and like, oh my God, I can't believe that guy's eating that stuff. And you're giving that energy. And dude, that's how it works. Instead of realizing like, well, okay, they're not like me, but that's fine. Just let them be them. So I started to study this whole thing. From the deepest machinations. I started to study toilet paper. And how they go down in Brazil, there's a big manufactured forest down there. They grow eucalyptus trees, and the trees grow. They cut them down. The trees grow. They cut them down. The farmland, all the insects they disrupt down there. I know. It's like, oh, well, all the poor insects, the ants and the spiders and all the insects and the little furry animals, the mice and the moles, and they spray pesticide to kill those and to keep their trees going. So you get to wipe your ass in the morning after you take a dump. That's how I look at the machinations of this reality, and we just got to have fun with it. So how much are you doing for the planet when you're actually partaking in destroying forests to wipe your butt? And then, I use wipies though. And you got to throw those away, and it fills the landfills. And how deep you want to go down the rabbit hole with this whole thing? On how much of a parasite human beings, every single one of you out there is a parasite. How much you want to go down the rabbit hole? How far deep down the rabbit hole you want to go about being a parasite? Every single one of you is a parasite. You consume off the earth. That's a parasite. The earth is your host. And most people treat their host like shit. Earth is such a beautiful host. And it's like people they walk into a hotel and they're just like, screw you, give me my key. You're an asshole. What's your problem? And they just that's how people treat the earth. Anyways, got cockroaches. Yeah, I know. I'm really kind of coming at you guys tonight, man. Something got kind of, I don't know, like something's got into me with my life. My life has become, it's expanding like a lotus flower. I'm excited. I guess I can let you guys know this is a big announcement, and I'm pretty excited about this. So I got an email from this guy from Israel, random email just last week, and his name is Guy, and he has an internet TV show over in Israel. So he's like, hey, I want to have you on and talk shop. Okay, cool. So he had sent me a list of all the people that he's interviewed. And he's got like Jordan Maxwell and David Icke like 3 times. And I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Is this where I'm going here with all this stuff? I don't know, but it's pretty cool. So I'm just kind of dropping that and letting you know, like, this is the stage I'm kind of entering with this whole, and you guys are all coming with me. This is not just me. This is everybody here in this chat. This is the decoding world. If you're part of Decode Your Reality, you're coming with me. This is all a part of all of you, just as much as it is me. Wherever I go, you guys go. You guys and gals. We're just a uniform family here. Again, you don't have to believe in everything, but if you just leave your division at home and say, okay, I believe this, I believe that, you're just DJing. You're grabbing what you feel is the way life is. You're making the truth your own. And then when you show up and say, okay, here's my cake. Well, I got angel food cake. Well, your angel food cake sucks because I'm doing devil's chocolate. This is how people show up in life. You got angel food cake and they got devil's food and they're angry because your cake's going to suck because you got angel food cake. That's how people show up. So if you can just leave that at the door and realize that you're a snowflake, you show up with your truth, I show up with my truth, and we just have a few beers, have a few glasses of wine, have a few laughs, and have a good time. Well, that's where we're all going, I feel. We're all going that way in this decoding family. And a lot of you great decoders have been embedded in my decodes. I've taken a lot of tidbits from all of you. You've posted stuff and I see it. I'm like, oh, that's a good one. I try to give credit where credit's due. Try to remember. Sometimes I'm not always successful about that, but it's going to be fun. I don't know where it's going to lead. I don't know. I did this big podcast with this other guy who has like almost 1 million subscribers that did nothing, but he's like mainstream and crime and drama. And I had no expectations, and I have no expectations. If this leads to another stage in life, great. But I'm not into subscriber counts. I don't care. I don't monetize. I'm not selling you guys anything. I have a course coming out, but this is going to be something that will benefit everybody. This is not going to be something that I'll be selling, beyond the course. Somebody asked about merchant. I don't have any of that yet. But maybe in the future. Thank you, Sabrina. Thanks everybody for your comments. I really appreciate all of you. Seriously, like your comments mean the world to me. I don't get to read every single one because it's like a machine gun blasting off right here in front of me and I can't get to every single one. And don't congratulate me yet. You know, we're all going to do this together. And by all means, I'm going to do my best to remember to make sure to bring all of you with me on whatever venture I get and make mention of all of you more and more in these presentations, in these podcasts, because you guys and gals out there, man, I mean, this is like a combination of people, you know? So this is like a family. It's pretty cool. Yeah, you need a BAM t-shirt. Yeah, I know. I don't know if that would be a good seller though, too much. Like if you had BAM on there and would people buy it? I don't know. Yeah, I see a lot of names that have been here for a long time, and man, you guys and gals have been amazing. I see a lot of new names, which is great. Probably some flow over from, you know, Jason from Archaics and Jordan from Waters Above Crypto. Speaking of that, and this is how life is, it gets in the way, right? So I, just wanted to take a moment because I missed it today because I was tied up, but I missed this phone call and it was about Nigel. And the Devil's Playground. And, he became a friend of mine. I never met him. He was in China, but we've done 3 podcasts and we were emailing. We were even WeChatting each other from time to time. He was a good dude. He was an 8 of diamonds. And he had his own way of looking at things. I didn't agree with everything he said, but he didn't agree with everything I said. But at the end of the day, we're still sipping on some beer or wine or some coffee and tea, and we're just calling it a day and be like, just having fun. But we do agree upon we're living in a scripted reality. He decoded his life and he's like, dude, this is insane. As he says, you can't make this shit up. That was Nigel. And so Nigel passed just a few days ago. He died of a heart attack, and he'll be missed. He'll be missed. He added a lot of value to the decoding world, and he'll be missed. So I just wanted to say that. I've kind of done my sadness on that. Yeah, I'm kind of getting emotional because, I never even knew the guy. Like, I never met him, but I knew him, and so you don't have to meet somebody in person to know them, and then see what they're doing, what kind of job they're doing. He was teaching kids how to speak English. What a cool job. He was over in China teaching kids in China how to speak English. It's beautiful. That's like you're helping people. You're helping people evolve. And then on the side, he had a lot of time off, he would decode. And he did a great job at it. And he's going to be missed, man. He's a good dude. Yeah, long live Nigel. Yep. Mark Myers saying, consider using a higher energy cotton. So many charge insane markups. Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you right now, you can make book on what I'm saying. Okay, I don't even monetize my channel. I could. I don't. Merchandise, if and when it comes, I'm all about the Walmart structure, the pricing. Why? Because the majority of this world runs off of that structure. And I know what the t-shirts go for. I know what the markups is. I've been involved with t-shirt companies. I've built a Wix. I've done all that stuff. So I know what the pricing I know what the markup is in there. I know what the brand. I know the brands. What good I own all the T-shirts, like the Bella canvas and all that stuff. And so, anyway, that's not really kind of pertinent here, but it will not be overpriced. And yeah, okay, that's as much I'm going to say about that. All right, I think we got to kind of end this because it's been way more than a half hour. Cotton shirts would be best. Yeah, they have a blend. They have a poly blend. They have a lot of cool stuff if you know what you're looking for. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me get these tarot cards. Let's do a collective card pull. A lot of you have been here now listening to me ramble for hours and hours. I hope you got something out of tonight. Maybe you got something out of what somebody said here in the text. So many machine gun texts coming in. And that's it. I mean, look, are you in the consciousness? Do you show up in life where you're like, okay, I'm going to wake up today and I'm looking for one thing that's going to excite me. I'm just looking for one thing to excite me. Are you in the consciousness of like, okay, I'm going to this family gathering. I don't really want to go, but I'm going to go to the family gathering and I'm going to look consciously for just that one thing that's going to get me excited. Are you in that frame of mind? Do you do these kind of constructs? And you can get into so many different layers to this, right? Like I'm constantly putting out cards on my nightstand before I go to bed and seeing what kind of dreams I have, seeing if they affect my dreams. Testing. See what works, see what doesn't, see what I think works, see what I think doesn't work, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, Pamela Swan, I didn't get back to you on the remote viewing thing, but if you don't mind reminding me, if you don't hear from me, just if you don't mind reminding me, I want to learn how to do that, but the challenge is I learn more hands-on, but maybe it can be done remotely, right? I don't know, but anyways. Okay. Do they affect my dreams? It's hard to tell because I just sleep so good. I love going to sleep. For me, I get my 8-9 hours in. I've always done that as long as I can remember. So it's something that has been, like my body likes it. But I enjoy waking up, but I also enjoy going to sleep. Like when I know I'm going to go to sleep and I get just the right room environment, the temperature, and then if I really want to accelerate it, I may take like a melatonin, an extended release melatonin. My favorite is by Life Extension, the extended relief ones. They're bomb, man. But I don't do them all the time. But those things, man, when I take one of those, wow, sometimes the dreams I have are just crazy good. All right. Someone, sea kelp, slept with a deck under my pillow for a few months. Yeah, I would say so. That's some pretty tightly woven round energy. So Echo saying they downplay all of this, they mock it, they discredit it. I don't think anybody's, to be honest, I mean, this is, I respect your truth. I would just currently disagree. I don't think there's any mocking going on in this reality. People just do their jobs. I mean, if that was the foundation of people's life, like, yeah, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go screw somebody over. I'm going to go mock them today. I mean, I know people do that, but like the people that have this knowledge, this wisdom that they probably don't want to share with you. I mean, do you think they have better things to do than to mock you? And besides, I think mankind's being used, so it ain't mankind doing anything. But that's my take on it, Echo. But I respect your opinion. No, I don't think the Jay Warren, moon landing may have been mockery. I don't think so. I honestly, I mean, it has to serve a purpose. If you just start looking at it like, okay, what was the purpose of that? Everything has a purpose here. You know, if you were there in 1969 at the control center of all these employees that were in the cockpit, if you will, you know, live on television, It doesn't, even if, let's just remove the whole studio part about it. They were at a control center. Let's say that's true. You think they're all in on it? Every single one's in on it. And then if they are all in on it, and what I mean by in on it, they're trying to dupe you, what would the purpose be? What's the objective? What's the agenda? That's where you'll find the most complex systems running. And if it was about Matt Kubis, it was about to control the narrative. The narrative of what? And again, mankind's being used, so they ain't controlling anything. They're just along for the ride. That's my opinion, and I've supported it. That's just not my opinion. I support my opinion. Opinions suck. Opinions with support suck a little bit less. Kind of. If it looks so fake, it must be real. You're quoting from that song. Why does some people, I'm one with nature, I appreciate your comment, but why would you go right to Freemasons? What does that got to do with anything? Anyways. All right. So let's do the collective card pull, and then we're going to call it a night. Thanks, everybody, for joining in. Look at that right now, 1:03 a.m. Perfecto. So let's do the card pull. So what we're going to do here real quick before you exit this, we're going to ask a question, and I haven't done this in a while. So the main question here to ask collectively. So what you're going to do is I'm going to kind of turn the music up a little bit, and you're going to kind of, for 30 seconds, you can do whatever you want to do. Close your eyes and think about what I'm going to be asking here. And the question would be, where are we going in this world? Where's the world headed? I know it's a basic question, which could have a ton of answers. But where's the world going? Where do you want to see it go? Maybe you want to think about, well, you know what? I really want it to go to the golden age. So in your mind, you're picturing the golden age. Everybody's, the free man, free guy. What do you want to do now? We'll do anything we want. The ending of Free Guy. Maybe that's what you see. What do you see? Right? Where are we going in life? And then let's see what the cards have to say. Okay, let's just have some fun with this. So I'm going to take these cards and I'm going to shuffle them a few more times. Think about that. So where are we going in life? Where do you want it to go? Where do you want it to go? Where are we going? Okay. So I shuffled them. Now I'm going to just kind of turn this up. 30 seconds, folks. Think about those questions. I'll be right back. Okay. Close your eyes, whatever the hell you want to do. I'm going to put my sunglasses on, remind you we're in a movie. Look cool. Oh, God. All right. So, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got? What are you thinking about? Where are we going? Where's the world going? Et cetera, et cetera. Shuffled the cards. I get them down on my desk. I'm going to pick them up. We're going to look at the bottom card. Then we're going to look at the middle card. Then we're going to look at the top card. Let's see what this says. Maybe it won't tell us jack shit. Maybe it's like, you know what? Screw yourself tonight. I'm not going to tell you anything. All right. Let's see. So we'll pick it up. And what do we have at the bottom? I like to do all of them right side up. It's less confusing. And what do we have? We have the 43rd card in the deck, the Four of Swords. This is actually card 54, excuse me. 54. In the Cards of Illumination, it's going to be card 43. 43 is the 14th prime number. But this card right here, what does this card mean? Well, it's somebody, where are we going? Well, this is saying rest and reflection. This card right here can be sleep. It can mean death. But let's have a little bit of a deeper look. We're going to look in the middle of the deck now. Okay? I'm going to just try to get it almost in the middle. And let's get this guy right here. and we have the Ten of Wands. So now we have another clue. Maybe saying like, excuse me, wake up, it's time to go to work. This Ten of Wands, this is of course being tied to, now there are many ways to look at this now, so let me branch off and tell you. So this Ten of Wands, the middle of the deck, could be representing the now moment. This is taking the world upon your shoulders. This is card either 31 or 32, depending on how you look at the tarot deck. It's the Ten of Clubs in the Cards of Illumination. That's card 23. 23 is tied to the words pineal glands, tied to the word blood, crown, history. Okay? So that's the branch off of just this card in the very middle. So we have the Four of Swords and we have the Ten of Wands. Four of Spades, Ten of Clubs. This is the 10-4 now. Tropic of Cancer. We have the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn right now. Okay? With that. And then we get the top of the deck, right? Which is right here. And we get the Page of Cups. Now this card is so versatile. Card number 47. 47. 46 or 47. And now we have a trio. Here we have the triage. We have a hat trick. We have the Page of Cups. We have the Four of Swords. And we have the Ten of Wands. Right there. And let me just see if we can get it. Let me just add this up. Hold on. I'm going to use my calculator because it's going to be more. So we have card 32. We have card 47. And we have card 54. So we get 133. All right. And that's going to lead to the element cesium, time travel. It'll also move into the element barium and the lights, camera, action. So we now have some movement on perhaps the movie changing, but obviously the sleeping at the bottom. We get the Knight of, what the hell do I have this in order here? Jesus. Okay, there we go. So this is the order. To your left, we have the Four of Swords. In the middle, we have the Ten of Wands. On the right, we have the Page of Cups. Page of Cups is a card of, this guy right here is holding the fish. It's like, whoops. It's like, I got a winner. 47, Tetragrammaton. 47, silver. Silver's 20 in numerology. 20 is tied to the word duality. It's tied to the word birthday. This is some new energy coming in right here. This is what this card's saying right here. There's a, see that fish in the goblet? He's like, look what I got. And it's the page, so it's the prince or princess. So it's kind of like a kid getting out of college and they just got their contract to work at Oracle for $250,000 a year. I got my fish, baby. So this is new change coming in. What's going to be in that cup? Well, this card right here. I'm giving you every angle that I possibly can tell you. But this card right here being card 32, it's tied to Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin in numerology is 23. This is the Ten of Wands. Ten of Clubs is 23. So we may have the formalization of changing scripts completely. And the contemplation of that right now. And then you have taking the world upon your shoulders, tied to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And then you have the prince or princess holding the cup up saying, hey, look what I got. Brand new start. This is a brand new start right here. Brand new start. And it comes right before the Jack. The Jack is the 48th card in the deck. The Jack walks in. The Jack is the Jack looking for love. It's fickle. The card that precedes, the one that is after this one is the Jack. The Jack of Hearts, card 11, the brain. So this is new energy coming in to this reality right now, or about to, and it will have a lot of energy tied to the Ten of Wands, the Ten of Clubs, the pineal gland, the brain, the blood, the history, the crown, and it's the world being taken upon its shoulders. And the big kicker for all this, man, ladies and gentlemen, the Four of Spades, the Four of Swords, card 54, tied to phosphorus. Phosphorus is 54 numerology. 54 is tied to the element xenon and the stranger in your head, right? So this is also tied to the stranger in your head. So it's the stranger in your head, the little voice in your head, which I say owns you, Do you have a new energy coming in? Are we going to get a new boss? I had postulated this with Santos and the Syncretism Society, and I said, hey, Santos, do you think maybe we might be getting a new boss? He's like, yeah, maybe. He says that, yeah. So I'm trying to imitate Santos. But we're going to get a new boss. Are we going to get a new boss? Do we go and get a new boss in the age of Aquarius? See, the age of Pisces, that's had a boss. Do we get a new boss now? Well, I think so. That's kind of how I interpret these. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about the 3 cards? I mean, I got it pegged at 54, Xenon, the voice in your head. I have it 23, which is tied to the pineal gland, more voice in your head, and then I have the new idea coming in. Some new energy to change this whole entire, world that we have. And what does that look like? What does that mean to you? It's also tied to the number 133 when you add up all these cards. It's tied to the 55 in cesium and the atomic clock. Cesium's used to make atomic clocks. So, ladies and gentlemen, the cards have spoken. What are we to expect in the future days ahead? But whatever it is you are thinking in your mind, what do you want the world to look like? Well, this is saying, start thinking about it. Your mind right now is going to join forces with the other minds, creating this reality through our imagination. Imagination is 33 in numerology. How about that? Must be the Masons, though. They must run imagination because it's 33. God, I really hope you're past that. I really hope you're past that part. And no, I'm not a Mason. But they're just doing their job. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this episode of What's Your Question number 45. A very special one for me. This 45, again, Pandora's box. Fallen angels equals 45. 5 tied to your desires. What is it you desire? Desire tied to your ego. Let go of just thinking the ego's bad. If you use your ego to work for Team Yoda, well, then it can't be bad then, can it? But ego is 15 and the devil card is 15. I'll just leave it with that. I'll leave this with all of you great decoders. Thanks each and every one of you for your participation tonight, wherever you're at in the world. Thanks for your subscriber vote for my channel, and our channel, I should say, our channel, because it's not my channel, it's everybody's channel. If you're interested in the Green Box Detox, send me an email, greenboxdetox@gmail.com. We're going to be starting that on January 7th of 2023. So if you're looking to detox the body coming in after the new year, this is the time to get in on that. But I wanted to kind of end this now to show you how the tarot has such an influence on our lives, how it's tied into the source code, and it's tied to our spirit and our ego. The spirit, all those of you that are in La La Land and you just think that that's the way to live out life is, I'm a light worker. Well, as I say, you wouldn't have a job unless you make friends with the darkness, so you better get at it. But nonetheless, the sun, this is the 19th card in the deck, and the word spirit equals 19. Okay, so we're the spirit in the sky. You know that song? Norman something, Spirit in the Sky, came out in 1969, the same year as the moon landing, whatever that may be. But anyway, this is tied to your spirit. And then what's tied to your ego? Ego is 15. And the 15th card in the deck doesn't get any more apparent than that. This is what you're dealing with right here, folks, as a human being. It's the sun coming down to play out man or woman. The sun devil. Right there. Check out my Hotel Capricorn Decoded. Hotel it's you. Hotel is 24 numerology. That's chromium. The word chroma comes from that word, meaning color. We're the colors of the rainbow, the 7 chakras. 17 is the 7th prime number. 17 is the star card. I mean, it just goes on and on. It just gets easy to see. But realize that you're spirit in the sky coming down to play out this game called life. You got a job to do. You got a screenplay. Start focusing on yours, man. Instead of complaining and grumbling about theirs. You don't like what they got? Well, you know, if everybody stopped putting their attention onto what they don't like anymore, what they don't like would disappear. See, everything needs acknowledgement. So if everybody stopped watching politics, the governments would collapse. They need your invitation. They need your participation. So if you spend an hour a day watching CNN or watching these other news stations, nothing wrong with them because they're just doing their job. They want your energy. Well, you would take that hour and you put it on something else. Go create something. Go create a channel. Go educate people. Go teach courses. Go write some music. Go be a humanitarian. Whatever it is you got to do. But if you start paying attention more to your script, and everybody did that, they would create the ripples. It would just cancel out all the garbage. Because cancer can't survive in an alkaline environment. Just use this. I'm going to leave it with this. In nutrition, cancer cells, they cannot survive in an alkaline environment, meaning they can't survive in like an alkalinity of 7.3, 7.4, which is what the blood is. Slightly love, slightly alkaline. So the projects that you're doing, the cake that you're baking, the ingredients, are they slightly love? And then when you're baking your cake and now you're putting the ripple out onto the world stage, as long as you continue to do that, and I do me, I put out my cake, I bake my stuff, and you're slightly love and you're slightly service to others, the ripple will go out and it will cancel out all the cancer cells, and the cancer meaning the evil stuff that everybody doesn't like. Because it can't survive in an alkaline environment. Evil can't survive in a loving environment. What are you doing to create love in the world? What are you doing? And if you're pushing against the evil, you're feeding their evil, you're making it stronger. Congratulations. So if you want to snuff those cancer cells out on the world stage, go create some love. And if everybody did that, it would start to push it out. It's like we live in a petri dish. It needs just the right environment, and it's going to have a blend of both. That's what keeps everything moving. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave it off with that. I hope you got something from that. I think that's a big example, a big takeaway to end this journey for What's Your Question Number 45. All you great decoders out there, I appreciate each and every one of you. I have selected dates in December for readings. So if you're interested, send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Give me a few days to get back to you. I got a lot of stuff on the chopping block right now. I appreciate each and every one of you, seriously, and just be grateful for your life. Be grateful for your code. Because you only get one, man. We don't know what's after this. All right? So I'm going to end this with the great band Kiss. And boy, this song really hits home for me right now. And this is I Was Made for Loving You, and that's because the game needs players. And it was made for loving you, and you love it back. And you chase the ass, the male chasing the female chasing the males. It's just funny, man. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, until next time, Decode Your Reality, Logan here. Appreciate each and every one of you. Until next time, we will see you later.